Hi everybody. Uh, Good evening everybody. Welcome to the session and again I would like to thanks the institute, the Sikasa Bangalore Institute, I mean the branch of ICI for giving me an amazing chance to cater to all the students who are appearing for CA Final Audit. Okay. So hi guys, I am C. Abhishek Bansal. I am from Mumbai. I take law and audit for both intermediate and final. And here I am with an amazing session for CA final who students will be appearing in September 25. Okay. So in this session, what we're gonna do, let me just give you a little brief snapshot of it so that you are also updated and then you stay till the end of the session. So don't expect me to complete 100% syllabus in the next 5 hours. The actual run time of the final CA syllabus of audit is around 130, 120 hours. Okay. I can't complete all the content in these 5 hours. You also know that. Okay. Now what we're gonna do, I have selected some important chapters which will be asked in the exam because there's a trend which is predicted and for sure you will see those questions in the exam. Okay. So the coverage around for the today's session, the next 4 or 5 hours would be around 40 marks. We'll be covering around 40 marks. The chapters which I have planned is PSU, standards on related services, then standards on assurance engagement, standards on review engagements, and I have selected overview of ethics. I will not be teaching you entire ethics. I'll be teaching you overview of ethics. Okay. Now, if you see the weightage of each these chapters will range from 5 marks to 8 marks. Okay. And everybody knows ethics generally comes for 16 marks, 16 to 18 marks. That is, I'm talking about descriptive. This is just about descriptive. Okay. So 5 hours to close to 5 chapters will be doing it. Every chapter will go for 1 hour. I'll be teaching you from my handwritten notes. The team will be sharing you later on those handwritten notes. And I am using a mic right now. So I will not be able to hear your voice. If you have any doubt on any point, any content, you can shoot a message in the chat. Okay. I think chat is open for everybody. Team, if the chat is not enabled, please open it for everybody so that they can answer, they can ask questions and they can answer when I ask. Okay. Now, I hope everybody who's watching me right now is appearing September 25. If yes, please message in the chat yes. Yes. Okay. Now, in case if it is your first time appearing in September 25, right? First. Anybody who's appearing for the first time in September 25 exam, right? First. Nobody? I think everybody has taken an attempt there. Okay. Now let's first have a run through regarding the problems people face in audit. Okay. I've got few questions from the students which I am supposed to answer, which the team has shared with me. There are few questions about audit. Okay. Now let me first show you some analysis so you'll have a little idea about what is the difficult part in audit. So people are not getting marks in audit because they do not know what to study, how much to study, and what to write in the exam. How much to study, what to write in the exam. Now, there are certain chapters which are very fixed. The chapter which I am doing right now is professional ethics. If you see professional ethics in May 24, if you see it was asked for 17 marks, November 24, 18 marks, May 25, 18 marks. This I am talking about descriptive. So now you can assume there is a pattern which is predictable. So that means 1, 2, 3, 4 questions, 1, 2, 3, 4 questions, 1, 2, 3, 4 questions. So 4 questions will come in ethics. And if you see the pattern, 5C, 6C, 5C, 6C, 5C, 6C. See, I've been teaching CA final from past 14 years. Okay, 14 years, 28 attempt. I passed out way back in November 2011. Okay, it's been 14, 15 years. I started teaching before I became CA. So there's always a pattern of ethics. Ethics generally come in 5C, 6C. Ethics generally come in 5C and 6C. So we have a clear snapshot that question number 5 and 6 we need to do A and B also. So whatever content come in A and B, you need to do it. Okay. So this is a predictable pattern. Now, So few chapters are very important which you should do it thoroughly. One is ethics, because if 18 marks a question is here, you can expect 2 to 4 marks in MCQ also. So around 20 to 22 marks. 20 to 22 marks is the weightage of the ethics. Then ESG. ESG chapter, it will come, again it will come. May 24 4 mark, November 24 4 mark, May 25 5 mark. So again it will come 4 to 5 marks in descriptive, 2 mark in MCQ. ESG chapter, again it's very important because it's a new chapter. Till that time entire content is not asked by the ICI. ICI will definitely be asking you again and again. Now what to study in ESG chapter? In ESG chapter we'll be doing those 9 principles are there. I have recently uploaded a video on YouTube about the 9 principles, how to remember those 9 principles. 9 principles are very, very, very important. They have asked already, I think, principle number 1, and the previous attempt was, I think, principle number 8 in May 25. So now, leaving those two, do other principles. Then,
Hello.
now, if you see
Sorry to
PSU ka
interrupt.
pattern, PSU, May 24 it came for 0, November 24 0, May 25 there was an MCQ on this. I think 4 mark ka MCQ was there. Now it's an alternate attempt ka pattern. So now we expect PSU coming back in November 25. I mean September 25 now. September 25 exam. ICI Bangalore, you have taken the host from my side.
Yes, sir. Just few minutes.
Can you make me host again?
Yes, sir. One second.
We need to wait. Sai, the host. Thank you, Sai. Okay. Now, so PSU chapter will become important because of this pattern. Okay. So I'm noting down the chapter number 15, 18, 19. This you have to do it thoroughly. Internal audit also they have been asking every attempt. So again, one more important chapter. Now, if you talk about chapter number from 8 to 14, this is what we're going to target today, because these chapters came for the first time when the syllabus got changed. That is specialized areas, 800 ka series it is. Related service, SRE, SAE, digital audit, group audits, bank audit. Every attempt they have been asking a question on this. So this series becomes important. Today we'll be doing chapter number 9, number 10, number 10, number 9, number 10, number 11. This is chapter we're going to target today. Okay. Now from the first, quality control, because generally question number 1A, it generally comes in compulsory. Generally question number 1A is either SA 720 or quality control, and chapter number 7 reporting. Chapter number 7 reporting. Now if you see reporting a weightage 10, 10, 10, because 5 mark is fixed on Caro. Guys, 5 marks is fixed on Caro. Caro will be there for sure. 5 mark ka question from Caro. Another 5 mark could be from 700 ka series and the other content from the reporting chapter. Okay. This is a pattern. Now few chapters are very important which you should do it thoroughly. Whatever notes you have, you mug it up from there. ICI want their answer. Whatever is there in the module, they want that content. I have few answer sheets so that you can understand your mistakes by it, so that you get a clear idea what is ICI expecting and what you are writing. Now if you see this answer sheet of the previous attempt, the student has written close to page number 30. Out of 32, he has written 30 sides. But if you see the marks, it is how much? 9. If you write more, you will get more marks. No, it is not the theory. If you write good, the quality answer, then ICI will give you marks. So it's very important what you write. Now I'll just try to analyze and summarize in like small way, that if you see question number 1A, it was a question on essay 720. If you see the content of the student, one full side he has written, one full side, second full side he has written, correct? Two full sides, still how much he got? 0. Because you are writing what your heart is saying, you are following Modi ji, man ki baat will not work here. Question, understand the question and then answer. Straight to the point. If you're feeling that 5 points are there, just write 5 points, you will get marks. But sir, 5 point mein to we are just writing 5 lines, how we will get marks? You will get marks. I say I don't want quantity, I say I do not want quantity, I say I want quality. If you see 1B, again he wrote full, one side, two side, till 0. 0 by ICA. 1C, he wrote assurance report on the engagement to compile pro forma financial information. Okay? Still 0. I say I do not want quantity, I say I want quality. I hope this is clear now. Okay? Straight to the point. So we'll be solving May 25 ka paper also, whatever questions, whatever chapters we are doing, and what question came in the exam, we'll be trying to solve that. If you have any doubt, guys, please ask me in the chat. Okay? Shall we start the chapters, guys? Message me in the chat, yes or no. Or if you have any doubt, shoot your doubt in the chat.
Excuse me, sir.
Please, let's be interactive, guys. Please talk to me. Please message in the chat.
Sir.
Okay. Now see. SRS
Hello,
minimum 4 to 5 marks ka question for sure in the exam. What it is. So whatever notes you have, you can open out your notes. Okay, whatever content from teacher ka book, module, some different author you must have studied. Please open the content. There are two standards in the question. One is SRS 4400, SRS 4410. 4400, 4410. Okay? Now listen. So every chapter 1 hour, 1 hour target. Why everyone chat is disabled and only sending private messages enable? No idea. Team must have done this. Team, if you can enable chat for everyone, so that will be good for everybody to talk to me. Again, they have taken host.
Yes, sir. Like, we just wanted to change something. So, sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, hi Nagashri. Disable the text box. Disable. What I have to disable?
Yeah, hi, tell me. Okay, oh, okay, no issues. Yeah. ठीक है, okay, no issues. ठीक है, okay, thank you. Okay, okay. Yeah, hi, I'm the host now. Okay, hi. I'm starting it, okay?
But you can see now.
Okay, guys. So now let's start. So whatever notes you have, you can open those notes. Okay. People who do not have any notes, you just see from the screen, understand the content, then try solving the questions from the question what I show you in front of the screen. Okay. Every chapter around 45 to 50 minutes, and the last 10 minutes for the question. Okay. We have a target to finish 4 to 5 chapters today. Let's start. First, it says standards on related services SRS 4400, SRS 4410. Now, what does it mean? Now, imagine we have a chartered accountant. He's CA Ashok. CA Ashok. He's a chartered accountant holding certificate of practice. Now, there's a company called as Reliance Industries Limited. They have appointed him as the auditor. So, chartered accountant Ashok holding certificate of practice is the auditor for Reliance Industries Limited. When I say auditor, I refer always to statutory auditor. I refer always to whom? A statutory auditor. Perfect. Now, there's one more company, TCS. TCS is calling Ashok and saying, Ashok Anna, can you come and make accounts for us? Ashok is the auditor for Reliance Industries Limited, and Ashok has been called up by TCS to assist them in preparing accounts. Maybe for them AS was applicable, now because of the transition, now Ind AS is applicable to them. So Ashok, being a new syllabus student, he has learned FR and he has learned Ind AS. The question is, can Ashok assist TCS in preparing the accounts as per Ind AS? Yes or no? Tell me. Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? Please write in the chat. Let's be interactive. I can't hear your voice. You need to chat with me. Correct. Yes, sir. Because chartered accountant are the master of accounts. Guys, chartered accountants are the master of the accounts. Correct. So this accounting services is my related services. Giving accountancy is my related services. Doing accountancy is my related services. Then when Ashok is assisting, see, Ashok will not prepare the FS. TCS will prepare the FS. Sir, FS basically means financial statement. TCS will prepare the FS. Ashok Anna will be helping whom? TCS to prepare the FS. So this engagement, this type of engagement will fall in what? Standards on related services. Standards on related services. Clear the background? Okay. Now it's an exam oriented session, straight away revision, just because just prior to exam I'm not getting into the depth. I'm just working on the key points. Okay. Now the questions are, sir, what are related services and how do they differ from assurance engagement? Which could be a theory question. You are a chartered accountant, your article assistant wants to know what is the difference between assurance service and related services. So ideally, whatever the question is, this is the answer. An assurance engagement means that a practitioner. An assurance engagement means a practitioner. A practitioner means what? CA plus COP has to give an opinion about specific information due to which the users of the information are able to make confident decisions. Users of the information, basically stakeholders, are able to make confident decisions. Not all the engagement performed by practitioners are assurance engagement. Like in assisting in preparing accounts, it is not any assurance. We have just prepared the accounts. We have just assisted the management in preparing the account. So we have not given any assurance. Sir, which are nature of related services? Following engagements are in the nature of related services. Following are in the nature of related services. Like for example, preparation of tax returns, where no conclusion conveying assurance is expressed. One of my client came to me and said, sir, please prepare my ITR. I, being a chartered accountant holding certificate of practice, I can prepare ITR, right? But I am not giving any assurance. Sir, income tax people, he had earned this much income as per the formula given, as per the rate given by auntie. Nirmala auntie said, this is the tax rate. I have calculated the tax rate and he has paid the challan. I am not saying whether his income is correct. I am not saying whether he has disclosed all his income. No. No assurance is expressed. No assurance is expressed. Number 2, consulting engagement such as management and tax consultancy. You also give consultancy to a lot of your friend, correct? So any consulting engagement is a related service engagement. Okay. Third, engagements covered by the standards for related service such as AUP. Guys, AUP means what? Agreed upon procedures and compilation of financial information. Engagements covered by the standards for related service such as agreed upon procedures and compilation of financial and other information. In our syllabus, we have this one. So this is a definition of what are related services. How does it differ from assurance engagement? 2 mark, 3 mark answer. Cool. Now, sir, first standard, SRS 4400, writing the correct name and the correct number will give you 1 mark. Guys, writing the correct name and correct number will give you 1 mark. It says engagement to perform AUP regarding financial information. Engagement to perform AUP. AUP means what? Agreed upon procedures regarding financial information. Now understand the story so that this standard becomes very easy. Sir, TCS ka banker is there, imagine, okay? TCS ka banker is HDFC. So TCS went to HDFC, sir, please give us loan. HDFC says, sir, we don't trust you. Arey, sir, we have very good income. Acha, what about your creditors? Are you paying them on time? Yeah, we are paying on time. Generally accounts are prepared, guys. Generally accounts in India are prepared. FS in India is prepared on cash basis or accrual basis. Generally FS in India is prepared on cash basis or accrual. Sir, accrual basis, correct? Now, HDFC is telling to TCS, oh TCS, listen. Now you make one FS on cash basis. Generally in India, the financial reporting framework, the generally accepted accounting principles are accrual basis, right? But TCS, you prepare the FS on cash basis and appoint a chartered accountant to give a report on that. So TCS went to see Ashok Khanna. Ashok Khanna, can you prepare the report? So Ashok Khanna will prepare an assurance report. He will prepare a report. On the FS, which is prepared on cash basis. He will prepare a report on the FS, which is prepared on cash basis, correct? Now this report, guys, is useful for whom? This report is generally useful for whom? Sir, HDFC Bank. This report is generally useful for whom? Only for HDFC Bank, correct? So now, here, you are giving a report on AUP. AUP what? Agreed upon procedure. What is AUP? Agreed upon procedure, sir. Agreed upon procedure basically means you are preparing the FS on cash basis. We are giving a report on that. So Ashok Khanna in his report will shout and say, boss, this report is used only by HDFC. Any other public, any other stakeholder, any other user, if you are relying on this report, we are not liable. Understood the background of AUP? AUP means agreed upon procedure, which is not normally followed. It is an exceptional case. So you have to give a report on that FS. Always remember guys, all the kassa work. I also know little Kannada. All the kassa work. Kassa means waste. Okay. All the waste work will always be done by the management. To prepare the FS, it is done by the management. Okay. auditor is engaged by the client. In my example, TCS, to issue a report of the factual findings based on specific procedures performed or specific subject matter or specific AIE, specific procedure performed, like you have to do it on cash basis, okay, or specific subject matter or specific AIE, like for example only debtor ka audit or only creditor ka audit, that is specific procedures, okay. Now specific AIE basically means accounts item elements, accounts items element, all three things mean same, account item elements, okay. Now related services not necessarily to be performed by the auditor of the entity ka FS. Now this is also one of the important MCQ. Related service engagement need not necessarily be performed by the auditor of the entity. Now question is, who can perform SRS 4400? Who can perform, guys, SRS 4400? Please write in the chat. Sir, any CA plus UP. Very good, Ashok. Very good. Nagasairam, no, you will not say CA. Any practitioner you will say. Practitioner basically means CA plus COP guy. Any CA plus COP guy can prepare the FS, okay. Now example, perform procedure on account payable, receivable or related parties. So this is the example, what is AUP, agreed upon procedure. Then next is difference between audit and AUP. Difference between audit and AUP. Now listen. The auditor expresses an opinion and provides assurance to the users. Audit may be seen, it is giving true and fair view. We give reasonable assurance, but we say true and fair view. In AUP, only a report of factual findings of AUP is provided. Factual findings of AUP is provided. No assurance is given to the users. Instead, the user will draw its own conclusion based on the factual findings stated in the report. Now, when we are preparing a report on cash basis, we are not commenting anything. We'll say, it is prepared on cash basis, that's it. HDFC Bank on its own will draw a conclusion whether they should give loan, whether they should not give loan. We are not assisting them. Okay. Then, comparing names of major suppliers and the amounts outstanding as on balance sheet date with the name of the amounts in the trial balance, with names and the amounts in the trial balance. Number 2, obtaining supplier ka confirmation with regards to outstanding balance. Comparison of such confirmations unto amounts in the trial balance. These are the examples. So guys, this is a difference between audit and AP. So question 1, 2, 3 is basically a generic question which I can ask you. Okay? Now, question number 4. From here, the actual content starts. Now, always remembering all the new standards, whatever we're gonna today, there will be 2 scope. Sorry, not 2, 3. One will be before, other one would be during, third one would be after. Before, during, after. Before, during, after. Before, during, after. So whenever you are doing the engagement, before accepting, what points you will consider? Acha, during means how would you do this engagement, and after basically after the engagement you have to give a report. Okay. So every channel में these 3 answers will be there, 1, 2 and 3. These 3 answers will be there. Okay. Now you need to identify what are the matters to be agreed and included in the engagement letter. What are the matters to be agreed and included in the engagement letter? Can somebody tell me this is before, during, after? Before, during, after. So this is before. So before accepting engagement, Ashok Khanna should consider what point? The question is penal. Penal. P. Purpose of the engagement. Why you are doing it? Identification of the financial information to which AUP will be applied. N. Nature, time and extent of specific procedure to be applied. Fourth, nature of engagement including the fact that it is not an audit nor a review and no assurance will be expressed. L. Limitations or distribution of the report of factual findings. Limitation on distribution of the report of factual findings. 3 mark answer, 4 mark answer. Penal. Oh, a lot of people have studied through me. Nice. So what matters to be agreed? The question is penal. P. Purpose of the engagement. I. Identification of the financial information to which AUP will be applied. N. Nature, time and extent of the procedure to be applied. Nature of the engagement, including the fact that it is not an audit nor a review. Therefore, no assurance will be expressed. L. Limitation on the distribution of the report. Like when I took HDFC example, this report will be given only to HDFC Bank, not to anybody else. The use is only with HDFC Bank, not with anybody else. The question is contents of the engagement letter. Before accepting engagement, the code is penal. Clear? Then, sir, what procedure will you apply? Sir, OICI. What procedure I will apply? OICI. Observation, inspection, computation, recomputation, confirmations, recomputation, analytical review, inquiry. Basically, this is OICI. Okay? Very rare in the exam. Now, next answer. Sir, what are the contents of report for AUP engagement? Guys, what are the contents of the report? What are the contents of the report? You tell me. During, before, after. During, before, after. Saloni, please check what you are saying. Sir, after na. Here during the no answer is there, no question is there. Directly after. Once our work is over, you have to give a report, right? Correct? After. So I have made a code here. The common code throughout all the standard will be TADUPs. What will say? TADUP. TADUP. T set is title, A set is addressee. T set is title, A set is addressee. Then towards the end you will say date, place, sign. What will you say? Date, place, sign, FRN, UDIN. Date, place, sign, FRN, UDIN. Date, place, sign, FRN, UDIN. So my code is what? TADUPs. Title, addressee, date, place, sign, FRN, UDIN. Title, addressee, date, place, sign, FRN, UDIN. These 5 points you will write common. Title, addressee, date, place, sign, FRN, UDIN. Okay, so 1 mark you will get from here. Now because there will be a question of 4 to 5 mark, you need to write more content. What do you have to write? I have just taught you one answer, penal. Use that only. Sir, identification of the purpose for which AUP were prepared. P. I. What was I? Identification of the financial information. Identification of the financial or non-financial information to which the AUP will be applied. N. Nature, time and extent of procedures performed. Nature and time extent of procedure performed. Then nature, time and extent of nature of the engagement, including a fact that it is neither an audit nor a review and therefore no expression is expressed. L. Limitation. The statement that the report is restricted to only those parties who have agreed to the procedure to be performed. Done. Then one more important point you will write in all the standards. See, in the exam one question can be there. Give the contents of the report as per this standard. You have to write a statement that the engagement was performed as per so and so standard. A statement that the engagement was performed as per SRS 440. When we write 4410 as per SRS 4410. When we write review as per SRE, so and so. Understood? These are the contents of report. Guys, over. 4400 is over. Finish. Crash course, fast track batch. Any doubt? First I'll finish the chapter, then we'll do the question from the paper. Tell me. Any doubt, guys? Easy peasy? Now, compilation engagement. Compilation engagement. It says SRS 4410 compilation engagement. Now, what is compilation engagement? Basically, you are genius because you are a chartered accountant. So, you are assessing the management with your expertise. So, it says it is an engagement in which the practitioner applies accounting and FR expertise, financial reporting expertise to assist the management. We do not prepare the FS. We use our accounting and FR expertise. You must have studied FR. Okay. 300 hours, 200 hours. Okay. To assist the management preparation, presentation of the financial information of an entity as per applicable FRF and issue a report. As per FRF and issue a report. This is the definition of compilation engagement. Sir, who can do? Sir, any practitioner can take compilation engagement. Any practitioner can do compilation engagement. Sir, are we giving any assurance here? No, sir, it is not an assurance engagement. We are not giving any assurance. We are not giving any assurance, guys. Then it does not require the practitioner to verify the completeness of accuracy or completeness of the information given by the management, gather evidence to express an audit opinion, or review a conclusion on the preparation of the financial information. We will not check any accuracy, completeness. We will not gather any evidence. We will not review any conclusion. Anything. I don't have to do anything. Whatever data management has given, I will help them. I will just help them to prepare the FS. That's it. I'm using my genius expertise to prepare the accounts as per Ind AS. Then, sir, what is the purpose of compilation engagement? Sir, what is the benefit? Now, I'll give you two examples here. One is mandatory and non-mandatory. Mandatory and non-mandatory. So, why are we compiling engagement? So, it says to comply with the mandatory periodic financial reporting requirements as per law and regulation. Like for example, listed company. Listed company, if it is there, so they have to prepare their FS quarterly. Guys, they have to prepare the FS quarterly. So every quarter they have to prepare the FS. But management want to do business. But this is also a requirement. So they appoint a chartered accountant. See Ashok Khanna, come. Help us in preparing the accounts. So Ashok Khanna will use his skills, FR and accounting expertise to comply with the mandatory periodic information reporting requirement as per law and regulation. That is mandatory. Number 2, this side. Non-mandatory. So it could be used by internal. Management want to see quarter statement, what it is. Not mandatory, but management want to see. Number 2, periodic financial reporting as required by external parties under a contract. Like if you have taken an ODCC from a bank. Guys, if you have taken an ODCC from a bank, so you need to give quarterly statements. So bank want to understand how much money we should give you more or we should not give you more. So periodic FR. Third, transactional purpose for mergers and amalgamations. So this came in the exam. What is the purpose of compilation engagement? So to comply with the mandatorily periodic financial reporting requirements as per law and regulation. Number 2, sir, not required mandatorily but required for what? Internal use by the management. Periodic financial reporting as required by any external parties. Third, any transactional purpose, for example, mergers and amalgamation. Then the question is, does a practitioner needs to comply with ethical requirements as per SRS 4410? SRS 4410. So practitioner basically means, guys, CA plus COP. It says the practitioner shall comply with the relevant ethical requirements as per Code of Ethics. ICI is Chartered Accountants Act 1949, correct? He should properly address and identify any threat of relevant ethical requirements. Like I can't audit my father ka company, but I can audit my father-in-law ka company. But there would be a threat to my independence. I need to identify the threat. Being a non-assurance engagement, because I am not giving any assurance here. Independent requirements do not apply to compilation engagement unless required by law or regulation. If the law says, then you have to do it. Otherwise, no. So very important point we have written here. One second. Independence, guys. Independence is not a mandatory requirement for SRS. Remember this point. Independence is not a mandatory requirement for SRS. We should comply, but it is not a mandatory requirement. Law says mandatory, then mandatory. Oh, no, not mandatory. This came in exam. Okay, then contents of engagement letter for SRS 4410, or what are the conditions to be accepted before accepting the engagement? Before what are the points to be considered before accepting an engagement? Okay. Now, there it was penal, here it is DORI. Almost similar answer it is. Sir, distribution and use of compiled FS. Sir, who will use it? DORI, LORI, limited and distribution. I mean, same answer only. Limited distribution and use of compiled FS. O say, objective and scope of the compilation engagement. Objective and scope. R, responsibility of the practitioner to comply with the ethical requirements. Responsibility of the management. I, identification of FRF. E, expected form and content of the report. So LORI or DORI, whatever you want to say. Limited distribution, use of compiled information, objective and scope of the engagement, responsibility of the practitioner, responsibility of the management, identification of the FRF, and expected form and content of the report. So responsibility of the management means this can come as a 2-mark answer. Sir, management is responsible for FS का preparation. For design, implementation and maintenance of internal control. Whose requirement it is? Management का requirement. Accuracy and completeness of records, management का responsibility. And the judgment reached in preparation of and presentation of the FS. Sir, whether it is matching, sir, whether it is provisions are there, judgment is there, right, wrong, whose responsibility? Management का responsibility. So the code is what? Lowry. Before. Then you tell me this, how as a practitioner you will perform compilation engagement as per SRS 4410. How as a practitioner you will perform the engagement? Tell me. This is before, during, after. Sir, this is during. This is during. So how would you perform the engagement? Sir, the practitioner should obtain the understanding of entity ka business operation, its accounting system records and applicable financial reporting framework. Sir, FRA basically means financial reporting framework. So obtain understanding of entity ka business operation, accounting system records and applicable financial reporting framework. Then compile financial information using records, documents, explanations and other information given by the management. So you are assisting them. So you will start compiling the information using records, documents, explanation and other information provided by the management. Third, discuss with the management regarding the significant judgments. What provision you have made, sir? How you have determined this is 30% provision, 40% provision. Read the compiled financial information before completion of the engagement. Take acknowledgement from the management TWG who are responsible for the final version. Whatever is the, see, you are assisting them. Whatever the final version is that they have to prepare. Take them in writing, take that in writing so that you are responsible for it. Then point number 6. So point number 6 and 7, they can separately ask you a question on this. It says that during compilation engagement, if the practitioner becomes aware of any incomplete information, which information guys? Incomplete, or any inaccurate information, he should bring to the management attention and request for what? Sir, if it is incomplete, he will ask for additional information. If it is inaccurate, he will ask for corrected information. If it is incomplete, he will ask for additional information. If it is inaccurate, he will ask for corrected information. So they can ask you a question. You are a practitioner, you are doing 4410 wala engagement. What if you found out some incorrect information? So you will write during the compilation engagement, the practitioner becomes aware of incomplete information or inaccurate information, he should bring to the management attention a request for additional information or corrected information. If practitioner is unable to complete the engagement because management has not provided the information, what he should do? He should withdraw from the engagement. Sir, it's not you, it's me. Let's break up, withdraw. And inform the management TWG the reasons for withdrawing. Sir, if the practitioner becomes aware that the compilation engagement is materially misstated, that means it is wrong, okay, then he should propose the amendments to the management. Management, please make the changes. Management agrees for the changes, very good. If the management denies, same answer. Withdraw after discussing the reason with the management TWG. If withdrawal is not possible, determine any law and regulation responsibilities. So point number 6 and 7 can be a separate question. What if you find out any material misstatements? You should request the management to make the change. If the management denies the audit, the practitioner should withdraw the engagement after discussing the reasons with the management TWG. If withdrawal is not possible, determine any law and regulation ka responsibility is there. Then, contents of report. Guys, contents of report, can you tell me what is the common code? Contents of report, can you tell me what is the common code, guys? Third ups. So my heading would be title, addressee. Below will be date, place, sign, FRN, UDIN. Correct? Title, addressee, date, place, sign, FRN, UDIN. Now, in between, what you can write? Tell me. I have written title, I have written addressee. Then below you will write date, place sign FRN you didn't. Sir, what extra point you can write here? Tell me. Sir, a statement, very good Harshita, a statement that the engagement is performed as per SRS 4410. Very good, very good. Statement that the engagement is performed as per SRS 4410. Then, sir, a statement that management is responsible for compiling the financial statement. It is management ka responsibility, na? Very good, Dipti. So management ka responsibility. Very good, Harshita. It is not an assurance engagement. Therefore, auditor will not express any opinion. Sir, then we will write practitioner ka responsibility. Practitioner is responsible to prepare a report, to issue a report on the compiled financial statement. फिर a statement that the practitioner has followed ethical requirements. Over. See, the same it is. Title, addressee. Statement that the practitioner has compiled the financial information based on the information given by the management. Description of management ka responsibility. Identification of FRF. Description of practitioner ka responsibility. Then a statement that it is done as per SRS 4410, what Harshita said. A statement that it is not an assurance engagement, therefore practitioner is not required to verify the accuracy, completeness of the records, and neither it is an audit nor a review. Then date, place, sign. Done. I hope now you have got the idea how to frame the answer for contents of report. Tadab's title, address, date, place, sign, FRN, you didn't. Okay. In between 3 points. Management ka responsibility, practitioner ka responsibility, and a statement that the engagement is performed as per so and so standard. Okay. So use that thing. Plus whatever content you have studied, write 1-2 points, because it has to look like 12-13 points of content in the exam. In the exam, at least 12-13 points of content it should look like. See, just writing Tadas will give you 1 mark, but we want more marks, na? Then next answer. Sir, documentation as per SRS 4410. Documentation. It's a common code. See, in all the standards they have given documentation ka requirement. Okay. If you can remember this, it's okay. At least write this much. Majority. Okay. 2 SRE, 3 SAE, 2 this, 2, 3. Okay. And 800 Cs also. So in everywhere there is a documentation ka requirement. What will you document? Sir, safe. What I will document? Safe. S. Significant matters arising during the current engagement and how this matter were addressed by the practitioner. Significant matters arising during the engagement and how they were addressed by the practitioner. A record of how compiled information. Whatever the question is. If it is review, review. If it is assurance, assurance engagement. Okay. If it is related service, related service. A record of how the compiled financial information reconcile with the underlying records, documents, explanations provided by the management. F. Final version. A copy of final version of the compiled financial information for which management has acknowledged their responsibility. E. Entity ka trial balance, summary of significant accounting records or other information. 3 mark ka answer, 4 mark ka answer. What are the documentation requirements as per so and so standards? Significant matters arising during the engagement and how it is addressed by the practitioner. A record of how compiled information reconcile with the records, documents, explanations. Final versions of the compiled information and how the management acknowledges their responsibilities. E. Entity ka trial balance, summary of significant accounting records and other information. Done. Finish. Chapter is over. To raise your confidence, people who are studying for the first time with me, hold on. Let me take a question for you so that you get a little idea how the question looks like, how we should identify. Question number 6, I open from here, November 24 suggested. Let's do ISECA question so that you get little confidence. Copy of trial balance is mandatory, optional? It is optional. All the documentation is optional, na? Optional. So question 6b, November 24. Now see, you need to understand which standard is following it and what is the question. ATP Limited, large manufacturing company, is planning to invest funds. This is November 24. With a future vision of taking over the company at a later stage. Story it is. On showing the efforts of the company, the investing company wants to get the detailed status of accounts receivable and inventory. So particular item they have given opting in balance sheet. ATP approach you to perform. Oh ho 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 ho. Which standard? 3/4 of the question is story. Okay. 4400. Perfect. Engagements to prepare report as per agreed upon procedures for the two elements of FS. SRS 4400. Now understood the question. I mean the how to identify the standard. Now see the question. As an engagement partner, you are responsible for drafting the engagement letter. Enumerate the key matters that need to be agreed to form a clear understanding regarding AUP and the conditions of the engagement. Before wala question, what was the code? Penal. What matters you will include in the engagement letter? Address to the management of ATP limit. Penal. You want to see the answer? As per SRS 4400, engagement to perform AUP regarding financial information. Following are the matters. P. Purpose, identification of the financial information. N. Nature, time and extent of procedures. Nature of the engagement, including the fact that it is not an audit nor a review and therefore no assurance expert. L. Limitation on distribution use. Matters to be included in the engagement letter. Specific procedures to be performed and limited distribution. That is D and E wala point. Again you will copy. Done. November 25th. Actual ISEC exam question. If your concepts are clear, you know 3/4 of the question is story. What you have to write, you will get in the last 1/4 part. Okay, this is the way. Somebody has messaged me, sir, how to present how to identify the question. See, firstly, your concept should be very much clear. Read the question and find out the hints. Like here, I got AUP. So in the entire audit syllabus, AUP I have studied only in SRS. So SRS 4400. So in my mind, I will open SRS 4400. In 4400, they are asking contents of engagement letter. That is penal wala answer. In that entire standard, two answer were penal and tadap. Penal has come now. So tadap is pending. So tadap has a more priority. This is November 24. Hold on. Let me take you May 24 also. May 24. Question 4b. MNC, this is May 24, okay? Can you see this? May 24? May 24. MNC Limited has engaged CA Lalit to help company in compilation of financial information. I'm not saying you'll get 4 marks or 5 marks. At least 2, 2.5, 3 you can get it. So in my brain, oh sir, SRS 4410 ka question is there. CA Lalit explains his team members the scope of the work and responsibilities under this engagement. The team members have done mostly audit engagement, do not have exposure about compilation. But it is discuss the key issues that Lalit should deliberate and guide his team members with respect to this engagement and the manner it differs from assurance engagement. What is the question they are asking? Read the last line. What is the basic question? Write in the chat. I can't hear you because my mic is connected. Everybody please write in the chat. What is the question they are asking? No. Understand the question. No. People who have studied through me, they know it. Come on guys, tell me. Sir, the first question of our notes, assurance versus compilation engagement. Difference between assurance and compulsion engagement. It is an engagement in which practitioner applies accounting. Boss, it is clearly written. Understand the story. I am a chartered accountant. My team member do not know what is assurance, what is compulsion. I need to explain the difference. In the entire content of our notes, if you see, what is the scope of the answer? See, contents of engagement letter. If I have been appointed, you will write question number 4. Okay? How would you do the engagement? It is question number 5. What is the content of the report? That is question number 6. Every channel will have these 3 main questions: before, during, after. Okay? Now, I am left with question 1, 2, 3. Question number 3 talks about the ethical requirement, whether I have to be independent or not. Okay. Question number 2 talks about the purpose of compilation engagement, usability. Question number 1 says, this is compilation, it is not assurance. In the question, what they are saying, my article want to understand the difference in compilation assurance. Point number 1, point number 2, point number 3, point number 4. Understood, Mayank, now? How to identify the question? Cool. Now, one more point was there for the 4 marker this answer. Give your views on the applicability of SQC1 to this engagement. So, if you have studied little SQC1, you know it. SQC1 is the godfather. Applicable, not applicable? Applicable, not applicable? Applicable. SQC1 is applicable. You want to see the answer? Then they have used question number 2 also, that is mandatory and non-mandatory purpose. In the answer, if you when we will read, they have used question 1 and 2 both, mandatory requirement, non-mandatory requirement. See. 44110 compilation engagement. So they have written the notes, the theory, comply with mandatory periodic requirement, non-mandatory requirement. In that there were 3, 1, 2 and 3 for transactional purpose. Then they have given more about assurance engagement. If you don't write that much, it's okay. Question 1 and 2 from the notes. And last question, you have to answer that also. Further, SQC1 is applicable to all engagement and quality control standards. Since SRS 4410 is one of the engagement quality control standards, SQC1 applies to the firms in respect of engagement when the firm is doing related service engagement. Understood? May 24 done, November 24 done. Now, May 25. So, May 25 it came in question number 3C. Now, first understand how to identify the question standard. Coastal Ventures, a newly formed real estate development firm, is applying for a loan from a financial institution to fund a new residential project. The bank requires the submission of company's financial statement for the year ending 31st March 25. The company engaged an independent practitioner CAX 2 compile the FS. Based on the accounting records and other information, the financial statement will be prepared as per Ind AS. CAX intends to record the agreed terms of engagement in an engagement letter prior to performing the engagement. So from here I got the hint, SRS 4410 compilation engagement. Writing name and number will fetch you 1 mark. Okay? Writing correct name and number will fetch you 1 mark. Now, there are 2 content here. CAX is of the view that independence requirement will not be applicable in the above assignment. Do you agree? Tell me yes or no. Quickly. Yes, sir. Independence requirement not applicable, not allowed. Perfect. So you will write theory from question number 3. So imagine in my notes, question 1, 2 came in May 24. Question number 3, independence wala came in November 24. But law and regulation says then you will apply. But you have to write the theory. But understood the conclusion? Yes, sir, the independence requirement will not be applicable. Okay. Now, CAX, one more question, is concerned with the engagement का acceptance and continuance. Suggest, okay, him focus points in respect of what? Management का responsibility. That will be recorded in the terms of engagement letter. Where will you find this answer? Write in the chat, guys. Sir, Lori May, they have specifically asked what management responsibility. Sir, in the notes, if you see, sir, Lori May, they have specifically asked management ka responsibility. Sir, management is responsible for financial statement preparation, design, implementation, and maintenance of internal control, accuracy, completeness of records, documents, explanation given by the management, and judgments needed in the preparation presentation of the FS. Correct? Let's check the ICA suggested. Question 6C. So you gave name of the standard. X is the independent requirement will not be applicable for compilation engagement. So you wrote the theory here and you concluded that was the first question. Contents of engagement letter 1, 2, 3, 4. In the notes also 1, 2, 3, 4. What teaching? Now, if you are not writing straight point, how do you expect I say to give the marks here? How do you expect? I hope people who are studying for the first time with me, have you got the idea how to identify the question, how to identify the content in the question, what to write? See, trust the notes, follow this technique. See, today in 4-5 hours, highly impossible to finish the entire content. Okay, I'll give my best. Use this same technique throughout all the 19 chapters. You can't be master of 19 chapters, but at least around 15 chapters if you do now with these techniques. See, materiality risk assessment wala chapter you can skip. I mean, anyways, it's very difficult to remember so much content. But if you focus on like 14-15 chapters with these techniques, solve ICA past paper, understand the question, study from the notes, solve the question and think what answer should come. If it is matching with your thought process, that means you know the content. If it is not matching, see why it is not matching. You need to work more harder on this. One chapter done, close to 45-50 minutes we took. Understood, guys? Cool. Great. It is free. I hope your internet ka, GB ka money is getting vasulify. Is this session useful for you guys? Okay. Now we are doing PSU audit. PSU was asked only in November 24. It was not asked in May. It was not asked in May. November. Cool. So I will do one more chapter with you guys. Then we'll take a small 5 minutes break. Okay. So please open PSU in your notes. Okay. Now PSU. It says government. Now PSU is public sector unit. Public sector entity is basically a government company in which minimum guys, how much? Minimum 51%. Minimum 51% of paid-up share capital is held by CGSG or both. How much percent? Minimum 51%. A subsidiary of a government company is also a government company. A subsidiary of a government company is also a government company. Who will do the audit? So the audit of a government company is done by CAG, Comptroller and Auditor General of India. Comptroller and Auditor General of India. Okay. Now who appoints CAG? President of India. President of India. CAG is appointed by President of India. Now, Articles. Now there are 4 articles which talks about CAG. Article 140 talks about appointment salary removal of CAG. 148 talks about appointment salary removal of CAG. 149 talks about powers and duties of CAG. 150 talks about accounts ka format of CAG. Sorry, accounts format of CG and SG. 151 will talk about audit report format of CAG. Okay, accounts appointment salary removal, then powers and duties, then accounts का format, audit report का format. ठीक है. I have written refer question 9 15.34 model. We do this later on. All the question we do later on. Okay. 4 articles are there. MCQ में they can test you. 148 appointment salary removal, 149 powers and duties, 150 accounts का format, 151 audit report का format. Okay. Then, sir, what is attestation engagement? Basically audit, financial and statutory audit. Sir, what is direct reporting engagement? Performance and compliance audit. What will you say? Performance and compliance audit. Attestation engagement, sir, financial and statutory audit. Direct reporting engagement, basically performance or compliance engagement. Cool. Then there's one question. It says role of CAG in audit of government companies or supplementary audit. So supplementary audit, guys, happens only in government company. Supplementary audit happens only in case of government company. Okay. So now I am CAG. I appointed Mayank. Mayank, you are the auditor of BHEL, Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited. Mayank, you go and do audit of BHEL. So Mayank has been appointed by me. He will follow my directions, my instructions. Now Mayank will prepare and give the report to me. But I am not understanding what he is written in the report. So I tell him, you do the audit again for the same company for the same financial year. So guys, if he does the audit again, that is called as what? Supplementary audit. Or instead of Mayank, I will appoint, let us assume Sairam. Sairam, you go and do the audit. So Mayank has done statutory audit, same company for the same financial year. Again Sairam is doing the audit. So there are two reports. That second report will be attached behind. So that extra audit, re-audit, again audit is called a supplementary audit. It is called as what? Supplementary audit. Supplementary audit is always done by the, order is passed by the CAG in case of government company. Guys, mandatory or voluntary? Tell me. It is mandatory or voluntary? So it is voluntary. See, if CAG wants, then only he will pass the order. One important MCQ is here. It says, the order of government company is appointed by CAG as per 139.5 and 139.7. CAG will give the directions and specify the manner in which the accounts shall be audited. Who will give the directions? Sir, CAG. The auditor shall submit the report to the CAG, including the DI. DI means directions issued, the actions taken, and the impact on the accounts of government company. Directions issued, actions taken, the impact on the accounts of government company. Then, very important MCQ. Within 60 days of the above original report. What will you say? Within 60 days of the above original audit report, the CAG will pass an order to conduct supplementary audit. How many days, guys? Within 60 days. I think this came as an MCQ in May 24 also. Within 60 days of the above original report, the CAG will pass the order. So mandatory? No, it is voluntary for CAG. But if he wants to pass, he can pass the order within 60 days of the submission of original audit report, either by the company ka star auditor, that is Mayank, will do it, or any other CA holding CA, that is Sairam, will do it. CAG also has a right to comment upon or supplement the audit report. CAG also has a right to comment upon or supplement the audit report. Okay. So, copy of supplementary audit report. Supplementary audit report shall be forwarded to every person who are entitled to the copies of FS under section 136, 136. Everybody can obtain copy. And the CAG may also conduct which audit, guys? Test audit. Test audit basically means sample based audit. Sample based audit. Then, now here we will be learning lot of different types of audit. So first we learned supplementary. Now we are learning propriety audit and its principle. Propriety. What it is, guys? Propriety. So propriety basically means considering public money as if it is your own money. Okay, considering public money as if it is your own money. So you will spend the money very carefully. So propriety audit stands for the verification of transactions on the accounts of, on the test of public interest, commonly accepted customs and standards of conduct. What is my first point? Propriety audit stands for the verification of transactions. That means you will check all the transactions on the test of public interest, whether it was necessary for public, commonly accepted customs and standards of conduct. In propriety audit, the auditor tries to brings out the cases of what? Improper, avoidable, infructus. What it is? Infructus, infructus expenditure, that is unnecessary expenditure, even though those expenses were incurred in conformity with the existing rules and regulations. See, if you saw there is a traveling expense of 1 crore rupees in the P&L, you will ask travel ka bill, bank statement. In a normal company, but in government entities, you need to ask, sir, was that 1 crore ka expense necessary? Why you people have traveled by flight? If these people travel by flight, sir, why didn't you travel by train? If these people travel by train, sir, why did you travel by train? Why didn't you travel by bus? If they travel by bus, sir, why did you travel only? So we will keep on asking. That is called as propriety audit. Sir, following are the principles of propriety. There are 4 principles. First one, the government official should treat public money as if it is their own money. The government official should treat public money as if it is their own money. Then, the government official should not abuse the authority. That means they should not misuse the power. The funds are not used for the benefit particular sections or a person or group of persons. That means I am using only on Gujaratis. I am not using on Maharashtrians. So you can't bifurcate as per caste religion. It is wrong. Then, apart from agreed remuneration, no other revenue is kept open. That means no other source is there to earn money for the government company employees. Apart from remuneration, no other revenue is kept open to benefit the employees, personnel and others. So these are 4 principles of propriety. So they can ask you a short note, explain propriety audit and its principles. 4 mark answer. Then next, sir, what are the areas of propriety? What are the areas of propriety? The question here is, the theory here is LT dice. LT dice. Just remember the areas, okay? L, loans and advances. T, transaction. In intermediate, you must have studied this LT dice. This is basically Companies Act section 143(1). Loans and advances, transactions, deposits. I, investments. E, expenses. S, shares. LT dice. L, loans and advances. T, transactions. D, deposits. I, investments. E, expenses. S, shares. So this theory and internal theory, you will read it from the notes later on. But I have given the code LT dice. Okay, that's question number 2. The next one is performance audit. Explain performance audit. Can you give me example? Government performance where all? How and where all government makes performance? Can you give me an example? Tell me guys. Any example? Function program. Example. That's the definition, Kunal. Any example, anybody? No idea. Metro. Government was supposed to construct the metro by this date. They have delayed it. Various schemes, programs, projects, activities basically. Road construction. Very good, Ashok. Road construction. That is basically what performance. So the CAG does the performance audit. So it says a performance audit is a systematic examination of the evidence. What will you say? A performance audit is a systematic examination of the evidence for providing independent assessment of the performance of government ka FAPO. Government's ka FAPO. FAPO, functions, activity, program, organization. Functions, activity, program, organization in order to improve public accountability and facilitate decision making. In order to improve public accountability and facilitate decision making by parties with the responsibility, that is basically management, to oversee or initiate the corrective action. This is the definition. We need to mark it up. Break it and then remember it. It says a performance audit. What is it? It is a systematic examination of what? Of the evidence. For what? Sir, for providing independent assessment of of performance of government का FAPO. So FAPO means function, any activity, any program, any organization like government department, midday meal program is there, all those things. Okay, in order to improve public accountability and facilitate decision making. Who will do that? By parties with responsibility to oversee or initiate the corrective action. So government ka whatever activity they have taken, whether it has been performed correctly or not, we will go and do the audit. That is called as what? Performance audit. Performance audit. Then performance audit addresses 3E ka issue: economy, efficiency, effectiveness. Economy, efficiency, effectiveness. Economy talks about money. Sir, it is basically minimizing the cost of resources using the use for an activity having regard to the appropriate quantity, quality, and at the best price. Basically, you have to minimize the cost of resources. Okay, that is economy. Efficiency, input output ratio. It is the input output ratio. Just write this much: efficiency is achieved maximum when when the output is maximized at the minimum of inputs. 2 points. It is the input output ratio. Efficiency is achieved when the output is maximized at the minimum of input. Effectiveness talks about the outcome, the result. It is the extent to which the objectives are achieved and the relationship between the intended impact and the actual impact. Like you have joined this course, imagine you paid 10 rupees, economical. Sir, after 5 hours ka class, I can remember it, input output. Sir, after attending this class, I cleared my exam, it was effective. I cleared the exam, it was effective. So guys, 3E you have to see: economy, efficiency, and effectiveness. Economy, efficiency, and effectiveness. So the code is what? EEE, economy, efficiency, effectiveness. Performance audit. So first one was supplementary audit, second one was your proprietary audit, third one was your performance audit, government ka performance. There was an MCQ on this, we will be doing this. Okay, how would you plan the performance audit? How would you plan the performance audit? If they ask you a question on short note on performance audit, you will write the previous question. How would you plan the performance audit? This is the story. Now, I'm using, oh Mayank, we have Mayank in the class, we have an example of Mayank's shadi also, like Mayank's marriage. Okay. So this story I've used only for the purpose of the exam, not to insult, not to demean anybody. Okay. Now my first point says, understand the entity or program to be audited. That means a girl. Imagine Mayank is going to see a girl in arranged marriage. What happens? The boy family goes to see the girl family, right? And the girl. So Mayank is going to meet that girl today. Understand the entity or program to be audited. Mayank, why you want to get married? Understand the objective, define the objective and scope. Mayank, how you want the girl? Determine the audit criteria. How you should talk? Approach. What question you should ask? Develop audit questions. Sir, he appointed a detective. So assess the team skills and whether outside expertise is required. Now, Mayank was very much into the girl. So he started social media stalking. That is audit design metrics. Oh, at 8 a.m. she comes on Telegram. Then 9 a.m. Instagram. 10 a.m. on Snapchat. Okay, then 11 YouTube. That is audit design metrics. Now, Mayank was a chartered accountant, so Mayank appointed his article. Okay, article, go and see what madam is doing, where is she doing, what is she doing. And articles, you know, they are so honest, so sincere. Establishing timetable and resources. From everywhere, he got a clean sheet. That girl is very nice, very good. Okay, Shadi ka card. It says invitation card. So, intimation of audit program to audit entities. 9 points are there. You can't change the order. First one, correct, Jeevan Sathi audit. Agreed, Ashok. First one, understand the entity or program to be audited. Sir, define the objectives, why you want to get married, and scope and object of audit. How you want the girl, audit criteria. How you should go talk, approach. What you should ask, questions. Assess the audit team expertise and skill required. That is detective ka point kiya. Then social media stalking is called as audit design metrics. Then articles are engaged. That is basically timetable. And invitation card, that means intimation of audit program to audit entities. Once more we do, okay? Without seeing. First one. Yeah, Ashok, we will be doing that question, don't worry. First, understand the entity or the program to be audited, that girl. Sir, why Mayank wants to get married? Define the objective scope. How you should talk to the girl. How you want the girl. Audit criteria. Then, how you should talk to the girl. Approach. After reaching there, what question you will ask? Develop the question. Whether you want to appoint a detective, assess outside expertise required. Then social media stalking. 7. That is audit design metrics. Then articles को engage किया, establishing timetable and resources. And last में intimation of audit program to the auditable entities. Intimation of audit program. Intimation of audit program to audit entities. Done? Let's do that question in MCQ which came in the May 25 का paper. This was the question. CAJP, the engagement partner, is satisfied with the procedure suggested by the audit manager, but he is not convinced with the sequence of step while planning the performance audit of wind power. Planning the performance. He seeks your advice suggesting the correct sequence. Correct sequence, ठीक है? One second. 12645 I will write here so that it becomes easy to compare. Choose. I want the alphabet A, B, C, D. D आंसर होगा don't mug it up, understand. Tell me guys. Sir, the girl. Understand the entity of program to be audited. Sir, why he want to get married? Objective and scope. Sir, then how you want the girl? How you want the girl? Audit criteria. Audit criteria. Then how you will talk to the girl? What question you will ask? Correct? Then outside expertise. Outside expertise. Then sir, social media stalking, then articles को engage, and then intimation of audit program to auditable entities. So it is basically 1, 2, 5, 3, 4. 1, 2, 5, 3, 4. 1, 2, 5, 3, 4. 1, 2, 5, 3, 4. 1, 2, 5, 3, 4. 1, 2, 5, 3, 4. 1, 2, 5, 3, 4. D. Everybody D. 8th question का answer has to be D. 8th question का answer has to be D. 8th question का answer is D. Now getting confidence in audit, guys. Okay. Then 2 more answers here. Next question says explain comprehensive audit and the issues examined in comprehensive audit. Comprehensive audit. So we have done supplementary audit, we have done proprietary audit, we have done performance audit. Now we are doing comprehensive audit. So comprehensive audit is basically your in-depth audit. Okay. It is in-depth audit. Areas covered by comprehensive audit. Areas covered by comprehensive audit are, just remember costing FM का chapter का name. material management, idle capacity, budgetary, labor costing, capacity realization, internal control system, etc. Okay, areas covered. Then 90% I think this question should come in the exam. Either this or the last one. Either this or the last one. Sir, some of the issues examined in comprehensive audit are, the code is OFC Trapper. OFC Trapper. If you can't remember all the points, just remember the small points. OFC Trapper. So in your notes also you must have marked this. How does the overall capital cost of project compare with the approved plan cost? Why it is, how it is, even I don't know, it is there. We need to mark it up. How does the overall capital cost of the project compare with the approved plan cost? Are the system of project formulation and execution sound? Are the system of project formulation and the execution sound? Then, are cost control measures adequate or are there any inefficiencies? So you can mark this 3 first. Then, easy wala point. Does the enterprise has repair and maintenance system? Does the enterprise have adequate research and development program? Repairs and maintenance, research and development. Repairs and maintenance, research and development. Then, are purchase policies adequate? Are the procedures effective and economical? Are purchase policies adequate? Are procedures effective and economical? And has the planned rate of return been achieved? So leave one line and write the answer. This is basically a question on comprehensive audit. First point says it is in-depth audit. Second point says you will write costing FM का chapter का name, material management, labor management, overheads, efficiency, internal control system. Okay, and it will include the following issues: OFC Trapper, purchase policies adequate, procedures effective and economical, planned rate of return has been achieved. Then, does the enterprise have research and development program? Does the enterprise have repairs and maintenance program? Are cost control measures adequate? Then, how does the overall capital cost compare with the approved plan cost? OFC Trapper. Okay. This answer I was talking about. This could be a question. Either comprehensive, either this one answer comprehensive audit or contents of audit report. So this is the contents of audit report of CAG. This is the contents of audit report of CAG. So guys, the code here is GARU. We need to mug it up. I'll tell you how to remember. G. General review of the working results of government company, deemed government company, government corporation. That's basically the name of the company, who's having the stake, how much profit they have made, what is our EBITDA, what is their GP, NP, all those things. G. General review of working results of the government company, deemed government company, government corporation. General review of the results of government company, deemed government company, government corporation. A. Results of appraisal, and see the 4th point also, results of appraisal. Results of appraisals, results of appraisals. Of the selected undertaking, taken up for appraisal by audit board, not taken up for appraisal by the audit board, taken up for appraisal by the audit board, not taken up for appraisal by the audit board, taken up for appraisal by the audit board, not taken up for the appraisal by the audit board. So you remember like this, GAU wala point. See, G is general review of the working results of government company, deemed government company, government corporation. Results of appraisal of the selected undertaking, taken up for appraisal by the audit board, not taken up for appraisal by the audit board. R. Resume basically means details of company auditor report, on the directions of CAG and the comments on accounts of government company. Sir, resume of company's auditor's report on the direction of CAG and the comments of CAG. Simple. Resume of company's auditor's report on the direction of CAG and the comments of CAG. So the code is GARU, GARU. General review of the working results of government company, deemed government company, government corporation. Then appraisals of the selected undertaking, appraisal of the selected undertaking. Okay. Taken up for appraisal by the audit board, not taken up for appraisal by the audit board. Then 3rd point is resume of company's auditor report on the direction of CAG and the comments of CAG. So in your book, contents of audit report of PSU or contents and comprehensive audit, this both mark as important. Then what are the sources for determining the audit criteria in planning and performance of audit? Sir, what are the sources in planning and performing? What are the sources for determining the criteria for planning and performance of audit? Okay. Now, if you remember, we have done that answer, na, Shadi wala answer, marriage wala answer. In that audit criteria was there. So they are asking what are the sources of those criteria. So they can either test you in MCQ or a descriptive answer. So following are the sources. The code is PC ping. PC ping. P say procedures manual of the entity. What will you say, guys? Procedure manual of the entity. Procedure manual of the entity. C, sir, criteria used by the same entity or other entity in the similar activities. Procedure manual you can read. Sir, any other criteria used by same entity or some different entity in other similar activities. Any policy, standards, directives, guidelines, any government must have issued, department must have issued. Any independent expert opinion, you have appointed an expert, so he must have given some expert opinion on that. N, new or established specific scientific knowledge, new or established specific scientific knowledge. G, general management, subject matter literature and research paper. Any media news may they have covered it. So think what are the sources for determining what is the audit criteria. So you can determine the audit criteria based off PC ping, procedure manual of the entity, criteria used by the same entity or other entity, policies, standards, directives and guidelines. I, independent expert opinion. And new or established scientific knowledge. G say general management, subject matter literature and research paper. You can read from there. This is sources of criteria. Then compliance audit. So this I found out a new answer in the module compliance audit. Previously they were never asking, but in the module they have given a compliance audit. Basically compliance of laws and regulation. Okay. So hold on, I will show this in the module also. Now see compliance audit. So it's a new question. Compliance audit performed by CAG of India. It is an independent assessment whether a subject matter is in compliance with applicable criteria. Compliance you have to check. Okay. Now, this audit is carried by assessing whether the activities, financial transactions, and the information comply with the regulatory and other rules and regulations governed by the entity. Okay, like BCom people, they are going around the bush. Again, compliance auditing is concerned with regularity. That means adherence of the subject matter to the formal criteria emanating from the relevant laws, regulations. Number 2, propriety. Whether principles of code of conduct are followed or not. That public money should be treated as its own money. Then, this much is the answer of compliance audit. Okay? Compliance audit is basically or performed by CAG. It is an assessment of the subject matter which is in compliance with applicable criteria. It is basically assessing whether activities, financial transaction and information comply with the regulatory and other rules which govern the audited entity. It will concern with regularity and propriety. Bas. Then, this we have already studied. Audit report of CAG. Audit report of CAG. So, sir, central government audit report shall be submitted to the president. One second, I am circling it. Central government audit report should be submitted to the president and should be laid before parliament. Central government audit report should be submitted to the president and it will be laid before parliament. Now, when I talk about state government report, state government should be submitted to respective governor. State government should be submitted to respective governor and should be laid before legislative assembly. Should be laid before legislative assembly. So there was a question on this. So this is a theory. Central government audit report submitted to president, laid before parliament. State government audit report submitted to the governor, laid before legislative assembly. So compliance audit ka answer plus the theory ka answer they have asked. Done. So total 8 questions are there, around 8 to 9 questions. I think 9 questions in this chapter. Garu wala answer, guys. Garu wala answer, very important, and comprehensive audit, that is OFC trapper wala answer. OFC trapper. If you have studied from my notes, those answers are very, very, very important. Done. No question asked in May 24. No question asked in May 25. In November 24, one question was asked. Let's do that. So you have an idea on that. So this was a very different question asked in the exam. So it came as question number 6C. So question number 6C. From year to year, it is a story. It is a story. The government of India launched a rural development scheme to undertake the projects aimed at improving infrastructure, healthcare, and education in the rural areas. To execute the projects, the CAG provide funds to the state government. The CAG of India wants to ensure the funds provided to the state government have been utilized for the identified purpose and public interest has not been harmed. You are appointed by CAG to conduct proprietary audit. So in your syllabus, you should know out of so many chapters, proprietary audit is in PSU chapter. Okay, and report on the funds utilized by the state government for building hospitals, school buildings, and roads, and submit a report on the wastefulness in the public administration case of improper avoidable infrastructure expenditure. So this was a question of proprietary audit, but they twisted the game. This was waste. It was only to identify the hint. The question is on proprietary audit. The question was on proprietary audit. But what were they asking? Functions of proprietary audit. What they were asking? Functions of proprietary audit. So it was a new question never asked in the exam. These are the functions. So if you have not written it, if you have not noted it down in your notebook, in your teacher ka book, whatever author you are following, just write there, refer question 6C, functions of auditor in case of proprietary audit. November 24 suggested. Question 6C, November 24 suggested. This was a question. Cool, guys. So your 2 chapters over in close to 2 hours. So MCQ came for 2 marks, we did that, and 1 question came November 24 में. So whatever 3 attempts का content they have asked, I will be doing that in the class. Have you understood this? Cool. Let's take a 5 to 10 minutes break, then we'll be doing SAE and SRE, then back to back SAE and SRE, okay? 5 standards. Let's meet in 10 minutes. Okay? Just stretch your body because we'll be doing the most important content. 10 marks again, it will be covered. We meet in 10 minutes. Everything is on, okay? 10 minutes maybe meet. Bye. So, is everyone back? Oops. Sorry, there's a power disconnection. One second. Shall we resume, guys? Okay. Now, so first we are doing standards on assurance engagement. Standards on assurance engagement. So, whatever notes you have, you please open it. We are doing prospective financial information. Sure, let's start. So now standards on assurance engagement minimum weight is 5 marks. It can, if there are two questions, 8 mark or maybe 2 mark MCQ. So 5 to 8 marks is the weightage. Standards on assurance engagement, it says SAE, SAE. Three standards are the 3400 and 3420 and 3402. So first I will teach you A and C. 3400 and 3420. Okay? Examination of prospective financial information. Okay? Oops. What it is, guys? It is examination of prospective financial information. Examination of prospective financial information. So prospective basically means, guys, futuristic. My iPad got disconnected. Now see, so it says SAE 3400. What is prospective financial information? Now first let's understand what is PFI. Prospective financial information. So it's very simple, futuristic. So here what is the scope basically? So Ashok Anna was appointed by the management when they were taking a loan, the management was taking a loan and the bank asked, sir, how would your accounts look like for the next year? How they will look like after 4 or 5 years? So please prepare the accounts. So management will prepare the accounts. Now the management went to the Anna and said, Ashok, please give us a report on that. So Anna will not be preparing future statements. Anna will be giving a report on that. Ashok will be giving a report on that. Okay. So when you talk about future, it is called what? Prospective financial information. What it is, guys? Prospective financial information. It is a financial information based on the assumptions that the events may occur in the future and possible actions by an entity. So next year accounts will look like this, second year like this, third year, fourth year, fifth year. It is highly subjective in nature and it requires exercise of considerable judgment because it is subjective, right? Because company is saying we will have 30 crore ka sales. Ashok is saying no sir, 40 crore ka sales. I would say 50 crore ka sale. It is subjective and requires exercise of professional judgment. It can be in the form of two things: forecast, projections, both. Either forecast or projections or both. Either forecast or projections or both. Now what is forecast? Just immediate next year ka. What will you say? Just immediate next year ka accounts is called as forecast. Forecast basically means the prospective financial information which is prepared on the basis of assumption as to future event which management expects to take place and the actions management expects to take as on the date the information is prepared. Like this year 24-25 is going on, so 25-26 is going on. Immediately next year we'll have like 10% growth in the sales, 5% increase in the expenses. So this is certain some logical things he is talking. Management is saying some logical 10% increment. So the assumptions, we are not saying it will happen, it may happen. So the assumption what management uses, it is called as best estimate assumption. What it is called as best estimate assumption. So best estimate assumption means an assumption that reflect the anticipated experience with no provision for the risk of adverse deviation. So there would be deviation but not adverse deviation. We will not say 100 crore ka sale will happen, 100% increment, 1000% increment. No. That is little realistic assumption what you are saying. It is called best estimate assumption. Now imagine if I say I am teaching you for 5 hours, you will get 100 or 100. It is not realistic. So you will get around 40-45 marks. That is my best estimate assumptions. Okay. What is projections? Projection is basically hypothetical. Sir, after 5 years you see we will become 1000 crore ka company. 1000 crore. I am telling you, sir, see super growth we will have. Projection. Here the management is using what? Hypothetical assumption. So it says a PFI which is prepared based on the hypothetical assumption about the future event and the management action which are not necessary to expect to take place. It is a mixture of best estimate and hypothetical. It's a mixture of both best estimate and hypothetical. Now, the term auditor, correct Ashok, Shark Tank, very good. The term auditor is used throughout this SAE, which means that it is not necessary that a member performing such services may be the stat auditor of the entity ka FS. That means any CA plus COP. What will you say, guys? Any CA plus COP can do the engagement. Any CA plus COP. Prospective financial information, examinations to report on. So examination of PFI, it is basically examination of PFI. Prospective financial information, any CA plus COP can do. So they can ask you the definition of PFI. In that two kits they have, first one is forecast, other one is projection. They can ask you forecast ka definition also. They can ask you projection ka definition also. Okay. Then an opinion as to whether the results shown in the PFI will be achieved cannot be expressed. See, Ashok can't say, okay, sir, I am telling you in next year, sir, you will have 10% ka sale. Sir, after 5 years, 1000% increase, I am telling you. No, sir. He cannot achieve opinion. Why? Sir, because it is just a prediction. An opinion as to whether the results shown in the PFI will be achieved cannot be expressed as it is future oriented and speculative in nature. It may or may not happen. It may or may not happen. Okay. Question number 4. Whose responsibility for preparation and presentation of PFI? Sir, management. Sir, management is responsible for preparation and presentation of PFI, including identification, disclosure in the PFI, explaining the basis of forecast and underlying the assumptions. Sir, management is responsible for preparation and presentation of PFI, including identification, disclosure of PFI. They will disclose everything. How they are saying that it is 10% growth or 20% growth or 100% growth, and what are the assumptions? It is management ka duty. Then, Sir, can a professional accountant be associated with the PFI? Sir, can a professional accountant like CA plus COP? Obviously he can. Now, guys, if you remember little ethics, in ethics there's a clause. If you have studied through me, I have taught you some clause, some part, some schedule. A CA can assist the management in doing forecast, but he cannot vouch for the accuracy of forecast. A CA can assist the management in doing forecast, but he can't do the forecast. I mean, he can't vouch for the accuracy of forecast. Clause 3, Part 1, second schedule. Clause 3, Part 1, second schedule. Clause 3, Part 1, second schedule. Now see what it says. Traditionally, the attest function, basically audit, is always been performed by CA in practice, but which has been relation to historical financial information. Nowadays, investors intend to place greater reliance on the reports of projected cash flows, profitability statements examined and signed by the CA. So, projected cash flows, profitability statement examined and signed by CAs. Clause 3, Part 2, 312, Part 1. Clause 3, Part 1, second schedule to the Chartered Accountants Act 1949 says that a CA in practice shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he permits his name or name of his firm, to be used in connection with an estimate of earning which are contingent upon future transaction in a manner which may lead to believe that he vouches for the accuracy of forecast. Sir, you can assist the management in preparing the forecast, but you can't say, sir, God promised, mummy promised, sir, you will earn this much. No, sir. Possible in na, because it is speculative, which may lead to believe that he vouches for the accuracy of forecast. Then, a CA can participate in preparation of PFI provided he has the source of information, the basis of forecast and major assumption use. Sources of information, basis of forecast and major assumption use. Sources of information, basis of forecast, major assumption used. IFA. Sources of information, basis of forecast, major assumption use. Information, forecast, assumptions. Now, in arriving at forecast, so long he does not vouch for the accuracy of forecast. Boss, you can never vouch for the accuracy of forecast. Now, whatever you're using, you can use best estimate assumption or hypothetical assumption. You can assist the management, but either, you're helping them in preparing forecast, you're helping them in projection. I hope you're clear. Forecast is basically just next year, best estimate. 4-5 years is projection, there is hypothetical assumptions. Okay. Then, sir, what are the duties of a member who is examining the PFI? What are the duties, sir? Sir, the auditor should obtain SAE. SAE means sufficient appropriate evidence. The auditor should obtain sufficient appropriate evidence as to whether management ka best estimate assumption which PFI is based is reasonable. Correct? Management ka best estimate is reasonable and hypothetical are consistent with the purpose of information. Remember this, management ka best estimate, you are using best estimate for forecast. Those are reasonable and hypothetical assumptions are consistent with the purpose of the information. So, hypothetical is used for projections. Then, the PFI is prepared on some assumption, either best estimate or hypothetical. It is properly presented and disclosed. It is prepared on consistent basis with the historical financial statement. See, I agree, sir, you are talking about futuristic thing. Agreed. But that future like sales, purchase, income, expenses, debit side, credit side, liability side will be as per historical only. Na? You are saying sales. So, sales can't be a new name or a new figure. Sales would be like, if imagine I am earning today 5 crore rupees. So, next year it will be around 6-7 crore rupees. So, but sales ka figure came from historical only. Na? So, the PFI is prepared on consistent basis with historical financial information. So, you can't change the basic gap, generally accepted accounting principle. It has to be same only. But if you are changing it, so you need to disclose. You need to disclose the change. Then it says, he should comply with the requirement of essays wherever applicable. So, question 1 to 6 were basic general questions. They are talking about, sir, first, what is PFI? Definition of PFI. In PFI, there are two kits, forecast and projection. So, what is forecast? Best estimate, reasonable. So, what is projections? Hypothetical, it should be on consistent basis. Then, management ka responsibility. Can an accountant be associated and what are the duties of members, CA in practice who's examining PFI. So question 1 to 6 were very generic. Now let's get into this essay. What precautions to be taken by the auditor before accepting such engagement of SA 3400? Guys, 3 scope. Before, during, after. What it is? Tell me. Before, during, after. What it is? Write in the chat, guys. Sir, this is before. So what he will consider? He will consider I Pune. Same penal wala answer only. So information will be general or limited use. That is penal ka L. Period covered by the information. The intended use of the information. Nature of the assumption, whether they are best estimate and hypothetical, and elements to be included in the information. So code is what? I Pune. Information will be generic or specific. Period covered, uses of the information, and nature of the assumption, whether it is best estimate or hypothetical, elements to be included in the information. Okay. Now, if these assumptions are not there, don't accept the engagement. If you have accepted, withdraw from the engagement. If the assumptions are unrealistic, or the auditor believes that it is inappropriate, that the PFI will be inappropriate for the use. If the assumptions are unrealistic, or the auditor believes that PFI will be inappropriate for the intended use, what he should do? He should not accept the engagement or withdraw from the engagement. He should not accept the engagement or withdraw from the engagement. If the assumptions are unrealistic or the auditor believes that the PFI will be inappropriate, either withdraw. But if you have accepted, withdraw from the engagement. I mean, if you have not accepted, don't accept the engagement. But if you have accepted, you withdraw from the engagement. 3 mark ka, 4 mark ka answer. What procedures you will perform for the engagement of Psi 3400? What procedure you will perform, guys? Before, during, after. Tell me. This is during ka answer. What it is, guys? This is during ka answer. During. Sir, I will consider what? Whether management is competent regarding the preparation of PFI. Management ka competence regarding the preparation of PFI. E. The extent to which the PFI is affected by management ka judgment. The extent to which PFI is affected by management ka judgment. Knowledge about obtained during any previous engagement. Knowledge obtained during any previous engagement. Engagement team's experience with the business and the industry, because here we are talking about future. So whether you have experience on that industry or not. Any likelihood of material misstatement. Then stability of the entity ka business and source of informations, their adequacy, reliability of the underlying assumptions. So this is during ka answer. This we are trying to make a code. If you have any other code, you can use that code. But this is during ka answer. Question number 9. Make less. Make less, you can use make else, make less, MEK less. Okay, good. Make less. Then, sir, what matters to be considered for presentation disclosure of PFI? What matters to be considered for presentation disclosure of PFI? So the presentation is informative and not misleading. What will you say? The presentation of PFI is informative and not misleading. The accounting policies are clearly disclosed in the notes to the PFI. Sir, again, the presentation of PFI is informative and not misleading. The accounting policies are clearly disclosed in the notes to the PFI. The assumptions are disclosed. The accounting policies are disclosed. The assumptions are disclosed. The date on which PFI is prepared is disclosed. Accounting policies are disclosed. Assumptions are disclosed. The date on which PFI is prepared is disclosed. The basis of establishing points in a range is clearly indicated, and the range is not selected in a bias or any misleading manner. Like for example, you're saying 10% increment, or 10% is my range. If my income is increasing 10%, so my almost expensive would be increased 8 to 10% only. So that is my range, 8 to 10%. If there's a change in accounting policies, the reason and the effect is disclosed. The reason and the effect on the PFI is disclosed. So what are the points to be considered, guys? What are the points to be considered for presentation disclosure? So the presentation PFI is informative and not misleading. Accounting policies disclosed. The assumptions are disclosed. The date on which PFI is disclosed. The basis of establishing points in a range is clearly indicated, and it is not selected on a bias or a misleading manner. If there's a change in the accounting policies, then whether the reasons and the effect of such changes are disclosed. Okay. Then contents of report on PFI. You know this. Title, address, date, place, sign, FR and UDIN. In between, what will you write? Management is responsible for preparation and presentation of the PFI. Sir, the auditor, the practitioner is responsible to issue a report on the prospective financial information, and the engagement is conducted as per SA 3400. A statement of the fact that the engagement is conducted as per SA 3400. Plus, you can use from iPune a statement about the period covered by the information, a statement about the nature of assumption, whether they are best estimates or hypothetical. You can use iPune basically. Done. SA 3400 is done. 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 questions are there. Okay? Hold on. Okay. Prospective did not came in May 24. November 24 it came as question number 5B. Hold on. So 3400 came here. Hi Hardik. What time pass you are doing? First identify the chapter, then the standard number. PQ Pharma, a company dealing in research and development. These notes you will get it in the Telegram group or on my website. See, PQ in free resources. Big fan. I also big fan, Hardik sir. Big fan of yours. PQ Pharma company dealing in research and development and manufacture of pharmaceuticals coming up with an IPO. PQ Pharma has prepared the prospective financial information for the next years and included the same in prospectus as a part of its IPO. Okay. The prospective financial information, guys. Includes projected balance sheet, statement of P&L, cash flow statement, which are prepared on the basis of several key assumptions like favorable government regulation, planned research and development, story. The company approaches CSE to provide assurance on prospective financial information. Prospective financial information. Can somebody tell me which standard number will come? Prospective financial information. Sir, SAE 3400. And to assess presentation disclosure of the PFI is included in IPO. List out the aspects that needs must be considered for making such assessment. Tell me what answer you will write. I Pune is wrong. Understand the question. We are at least clear that it is 3400 prospective. Understand the question. I have taught you 10 questions. Let's quickly recall. First question was definition of PFI. Second question was my forecast. Third was projections. Fourth was I don't remember fourth. Professional accountant. Yeah, professional accountant. Fifth, duties of the member. Sixth is IPUNA. Seventh is during No, during is wrong. Me ke less is wrong. I've got my word. Yashvardhan has correctly said it. Seven is this. What I missed? Management responsibilities. Okay. This answer. What matters to be considered for presentation disclosure? The presentation of PFI is informative and not misleading. Accounting policies are clearly disclosed. The assumptions are adequately disclosed. The date on which it is prepared, it is disclosed. The basis of establishing points in a range. If there is a change in the accounting policy from what disclosed in the historical financial information with the reason and the effect are disclosed. 6 points. November 24, 6 points. SAE 3400. Came from notes. And I'm not prepared this notes after the exam. This is the May 24 wala notes only. Same notes it is. You want to see the answer? Six points were there. Informative, not misleading. Accounting policies are clearly disclosed. Assumptions are disclosed. The date on which PFI is prepared is disclosed. Then establishing points range is disclosed. If there is a change in accounting policy, disclose. 6 points. See, depends upon your perception. If there's a 6 points, I want you to write 6 points. Then only the paper checker will give you marks. See, he matches the answer. Write whatever the content is. At least write that much. You want to see the question again? Question is this. Understood, Saloni? ठीक है. So November 24 we have done. May 25 का question, one question was, I'll tell you, it was not from 3400, it was from 3420. So let's be very clear. Question में there will be a hint prospective, future, prospective. Future में prospective. Future मतलब sir next year and after 4-5 years. That is projection, forecast and then projection. Forecast में we use best estimate. What we have to see, it is reasonable. Projection में you see hypothetical. And hypothetical may you see what it is consistent. Cool. 10 questions are there. Anything from 10 questions they will ask you. Now we will do 3402 later on. I'm first teaching you 3420 because almost similar it is. Okay. It says 3420. It says understand the name. There was examination to report on PFI. PFI is what? Prospective financial information. Examination to report. Examination of PFI. Examination of PFI. Examination of PFI. Examination of PFI. Okay. Assurance engagements to report on compilation of PFFI included in prospectus. Assurance engagement to report on compilation of PFFI included in prospectus. This is the name of the essay. Assurance engagement to report on the compilation of PFFI included in prospectus. Assurance engagement to report on the compilation of PFFI. PFFI means pro forma financial information included in prospectus. Now, the biggest hint of this question will be what a prospectus. Now somebody would say, okay, sir, the question what we did, it also included prospectus, correct? So once you studied this both standard, so you will say, okay, sir, I can write this also, but they were specifically asking, if you see the question, one second, they are specifically asking, see, always remember, my 3/4 of the question is story. This story I will come to know about the chapter. What content I have to write, it will always be disclosed in last 1/4. This last 1/4. The company approaches CAZ to provide assurance on what? Prospective financial information. They have used the word prospective to assess presentation disclosure. And there is a question on presentation disclosure in our notes. I mean, in the content it is there. So prospective में presentation disclosure. So it was SA3E3400. Don't get confused with the word prospectus here. Here also they have used the word prospectus, prospectus. Because see, 3420 ka biggest strength is prospectus. I hope this clarity is there now. Okay. Now see. Sir, what is PFI? What is PFI? Sorry, what is PFFI? So first let's remember the name. Writing right name and right number will give you 1 mark at least. SAE 3420 assurance reports, assurance engagements to report, assurance engagement to report on the compilation of PFFI included in prospectus. Assurance engagement to report on the compilation of PFFI included in prospectus. Assurance engagement to report on the compilation of PFFI included in prospectus. Sir, what is PFFI? This is my PFFI. Understand the scope first. Anybody, any idea what does pro forma means? Financial information, so we know P&L balance sheet basically. The question is, what does pro forma means? The word pro forma. Please write in the chat. I can't hear your voice because I have connected mic. Format, no. DP, wrong. Format, no. The word pro forma. In a very simple language, pro forma means what? Sample invoice, what invoice? Illustration, sample, temporary. Illustration, sample, बराबर? Correct. Template. ठीक है? Now, imagine a company who's raising money. Okay, now my company AB Limited, okay, we are raising like 1000 crores. Okay, so I will prepare prospectus. Now I have to prepare some financial statements. Whatever has been prepared past, it is called historical. Whatever will happen in the next, it is called as forecast. After 4-5 years, projections. They are not talking about forecast. They are neither talking about projections. They are talking about something else. It says you have to prepare some FS. You have to prepare some FS, which this FS will be included in prospectus, showing that that 1000 crore you have received it. I have not received it. I will be receiving it, but how my balance sheet will look like if I receive 1000 crore? It is called as what? PFFI, pro forma financial information. What it is called as? Pro forma financial information. Or imagine Mukesh Ambani is behind me. Hey, Abhishek Sir, your business is amazing. Sir, Geo is everywhere. Now Geo came in ITR also. Now Geo is starting with Geo audit services, Geo audit classes. Yeah. So we want to get merged with you. Now Mukesh Ambani realizes of merging with me. So I am not merged right now. We will get merged. So after merger, how does my balance sheet will look like? I need to show the financial statement. So the management will prepare the FS, will prepare the PFFI, pro forma financial information. And behind that, one report has to be there. That report will be given by any practitioner. So this question, this standard is not about the future. It's about the future, but we are not talking about that future things. That this forecast projection we did in 3400, that's prospective financial information. Here we are saying that as if you have received the money or as if the merger has happened. But actually it has not happened. You have not received it. Just show the template. Just show the illustration. How does your FS looks like when that merger happens? Okay. Now, just remember this circle now. All the data I will be putting in this circle only. It says, sir, what is PFFI? PFFI refers to the financial information which is shown together with adjustment to illustrate the impact of an event. With adjustment to illustrate the impact of an event as if the event has occurred. Okay, we have got the 1000 crores. Or transaction on unadjusted financial information as if the transaction had taken place. That means that merger has happened on an earlier date selected for the purpose of illustration. So it's a template basically. It's an illustration, it's an example, it's a pro forma. Okay, it's a temporary. It may or may not happen. We are just showing that if merger happens, my FS will look like this. Money is received, my FS will look like this. Okay, this is the definition of PFFI. So let's understand this. PFFI refers to the financial information shown together with adjustment to illustrate the impact of an event as if the event has occurred, or transaction with adjustment to the transaction on unadjusted financial information. Saloni, why are you playing here? Okay, as if the transaction had undertaken at an earlier date selected for the purpose of illustration. The PFFI made in the form of balance sheet and notes. It is included in the prospectus. It is included in the prospectus. How it is achieved? Remember two things. It is achieved by applying pro forma adjustment to the unadjusted financial information. It is achieved by applying what? Pro forma adjustment to the unadjusted financial information. These two words, entire standard is on these two words. Sir, PFFI is achieved when? On unadjusted financial information. Unadjusted. Unadjusted. That means adjustment is not done. What will you throw? We will throw pro forma adjustment. What will you throw? We will throw pro forma adjustment. What will you throw? Pro forma adjustment. On these three things, PFFI, UFI, PFA, the entire standard is based. Now, I'll give a very simple example to connect with. Do you know there's a game of dart? Dart. Have you seen dart game? Dart. There's a board. You throw a dart. Correct? So just remember that. This dart board is called as UFI, unadjusted financial information. This PFA is a dart. So the time you throw that PFA, the time you throw that dart on UFI. What is UFI? Unadjusted financial information. So when the pro forma adjustments are applied on the UFI, that is unadjusted financial information, what we will get? Sir, we will get PFFI. What we will get? PFFI. Because if you have understood this concept, then the essay looks like makhan, very simple. Like a butter, it is butter, very simple it is. Sir, the pro forma adjustment we have to throw on unadjusted financial information to get what? PFFI. So if you read the next, this point number 4, PFFI is achieved. It is achieved means what question we are studying? So what is PFFI, right? So PFFI is achieved. PFFI is achieved by applying what? PFA, pro forma adjustment to UFI. PFA to UFI, PFA to UFI, PFA to UFI, PFA to UFI. Okay. Acha. PFFI does not represent entity ka actual financial position, performance, cash flow. It is not actual balance sheet, not actual P&L, not actual cash flow. Financial position basically means balance sheet. Performance basically means P&L. Cash flow means cash flow. Example it is temporary. Example. Okay. What is PFFI? First question. Second. So I have taught you what is PFFI. Now I am teaching you what is PFA. What is PFA? Sir, it includes, what it will include? Adjustments to the UFI to illustrate the impact of an event as if the event has occurred. Same point. Refer question 1.1. Sir, adjustments to the UFI to illustrate the impact of an event as if the event has occurred, or adjustment to the UFI that are necessary for the purpose of PFFI to be compiled on the basis of applicable financial reporting framework. If you understood that diagram what I made, PFFI, UFI is there. On UFI, what will you throw? PFA we will throw. That's it. Now the question, what is PFA? So PFA are the adjustment to the UFI that illustrate the impact of an event as if the event has occurred. Actually, it has not occurred. We assume that it has occurred. Adjustments to the UFI that are necessary for the purpose of PFFI to be compiled on the basis of applicable financial reporting framework. Cool. That's question number 2. Very important question, guys. Who will prepare PFFI? Who will prepare PFFI? Sir. Management only, right? So compilation of PFFI. Who will compile it? Management. Okay, just remember this diagram. PFFI, UFI, PFA. Okay. Now, sir, how it will be? What are the steps involved in the process of compilation of PFI? The hint is IMP. Identify the source of UFI. What are we talking about? First, UFI. So first point talks about this. Identify the source of UFI. Identify the source of UFI to be used in compiling the PFFI and extract the UFI. Sir, identify the UFI to be used in compilation of PFFI and extract the UFI. Extract the UFI. Extract the UFI. Number 2, M. Now they will talk about this. Number 2. Make PFA to the UFI. Make pro forma adjustment to the unadjusted financial information for the purpose for which PFFI is presented. Make pro forma adjustment. Sir, first you will create the dartboard. That dartboard is called as identify the source of PFI and extract the UFI. Now, make the pro forma adjustment to the UFI for which the purpose the PFFI is prepared. Then on the dartboard, when this pencil come, when this adjustment come, what is prepared? PFFI is prepared. Present the PFFI. It's very simple. First the dartboard, then the dart, then put the dart on the dartboard that this is PFFI, this is PFFI. If you use this logic, trust me, essay becomes very easy. Or else it is very technical to understand because you have not been, you know audit because you have done in articleship. You must have heard about prospective also because you must have seen client may be taking loans, so we prepare projections. You have heard this word. But pro forma is a very, very new thing. So it is, you have to understand by this example. The dartboard is UFI. The dart, when it comes, it is adjustment. When it is attacked here, it is PFFI, pro forma financial information. Sir, identify the source of UFI and extract the UFI. Make pro forma adjustment to the UFA for the purpose for which PFFI is prepared. Present the PFFI along with disclosure. These are the steps to compile PFFI. Management will compile. Oh, it's written here. Compilation of PFFI is the responsibility of the management. We just discussed this. Then, sir, what 3 answers guys? Before, during, after? What points to be considered by the practitioner before accepting SAE 3420 का engagement? So this is before wala answer. What? Sir, my brain. Determine that the practitioner has a competence and capability to perform the engagement, whether we are competent or not. Determine the applicable criteria suitable and the PFFI is not misleading. Determine that the practitioner will likely to be able to express an opinion as per the procedures in SAE 3420, so you will be able to give an opinion on that. Then, UFI. First talks about UFI. Where the sources from UFI have been and any acquired or diversity financial information have been extracted have been audited or reviewed. So from wherever you are extracting the UFI, whether it's audited or reviewed, sir, if it is not reviewed or audited, if the entity historical financial information has never been audited or reviewed, whether the practitioner can obtain sufficient understanding of the entity, uska accounting practices to perform the engagement, If it is not audited, sir, whether you can understand the entity, its accounting practices and to perform the engagement. This they can ask separately. Obtain the agreement of the responsible party that it acknowledges and understands its responsibility for providing the practitioner with obtain the agreement of a responsible party that it acknowledges and understands its responsibility. For responsibility, it is same in essay 210 also. Sir, access to all information, additional information, access to the person within the entity and access to other individuals outside the entity. Basically, whoever is the acquirer or the in a business combination. If merger is going, merger is happening, so that company whose merger who's getting merged with us. Okay. Access to all information, additional information that the practitioner may request from the responsible party, access to those within the entity and the entity advisors when needed for the purpose of engagement, access to appropriate individuals within the acquirees in a business combination, with the acquirees in the business combination. Access to all information, additional information, access to those within the entity, access to the acquirees. Okay. Sir, what procedures to be performed as per SAE 3420? Procedures. Before is done, this is during answer. We have made a code. If you can remember, it's good, or else you can skip the code and you can remember it directly. It says CA summer. The practitioner shall assess whether the applicable criteria. So management has compiled the PFFI. They have compiled. We will not use as per FRF. Generally in FS we say na, the management has prepared the FS as per FRF. Here we will say the practitioner shall assess whether the applicable criteria are suitable as per the framework or assurance engagement. A. So criteria suitable. A. The practitioner shall determine whether responsibility party has appropriately extracted the UFI. Now they will talk about what? First, UFI. They have extracted the UFI. From where? From accurate source. Sir, the practitioner shall obtain evidence about the appropriateness of the source from which UFI has been extracted. Sir, UFI has been extracted properly. The source is proper. Whether the appropriateness of the source. Second they will talk about PFA. Then the practitioner shall obtain evidence about the appropriateness of the PFA. First we spoke about UFI has been extracted appropriately and the source is appropriate. Third we spoke about PFI is appropriate. Then two more points. M, the practitioner shall consider materiality with regards to whether the PFI has been compiled. That means that dart has been inserted. That means PFI has been compiled. He will check the materiality and understanding how the responsible party has compiled the PFI and other engagement circumstances. And understanding how the the responsible party has compiled the PFI and other engagement circumstances. CA summer, whether the criteria, whether the PFI has been compiled as per the criteria, whether they have adequately, appropriately extracted the UFI, then the source is appropriateness of the PFA, materiality, and the responsible party has compiled the PFI. Cool. Sir, what are the contents of WR in case of SAE 3420 engagement? Now this is WR. So whatever content we have studied above, that only. Sir, the practitioner shall request for WR from the responsible party that PFFI has been compiled on the basis of applicable criteria. The first point. What are we assessing here? Whether criteria is suitable, correct? Here, whether they have compiled the PFI on the applicable criteria. Then, in compiling PFFI, the management has identified what? All PFA to illustrate the impact of an event or a transaction at a date or for the period of illustration. That means we are talking about what? We are talking about PFA. Whether the management has identified all pro forma adjustment to illustrate the impact of an event or transaction at the date or for the period of illustration. Okay. Then, how would you express the opinion, sir? Sir, if I conclude that it has been compiled as per criteria, I will give unmodified opinion. Do the reverse. If it is not compiled as per criteria, I will modify or I will request for the changes. If they are changing it, very good. If they are not changing, what I will do? I will withdraw or seek legal advice. If understand, here we will not talk about FRF. Here you will say whether management has compiled the PFF as per applied criteria, express clean opinion and unmodified opinion. If it is not as per applied criteria, express modified opinion, request for changes. If the management is expressing it, withdraw. Contents of report, you know guys, title, address, date, place, sign, FRA and UDIN, correct? In between, give me between ka point. See, they have not asked contents of report till now in any of the attempt, so they may ask you, give me between ka point. I have given you the common code, title, address, date, place, sign, FRA and UDIN, you give me common code. A statement that the audit, the engagement has been performed as per SAE 3420. Very good. Management is responsible for compiling the PFFI as per applicable criteria. Practitioner is responsible for issuing a report on the compiled PFFI. Then limited use, the period covered. No, I Pune is not here, no? Bro, I Pune is not here. Don't get confused. I Pune is in 3400. Bro, Mayank, come back, Mayank. 3420 is different. You can use this. Identify the source statement that the source have been extracted correctly. UFI has been extracted correctly. Identify a statement about the pro forma adjustments. Okay, all those points. Practitioner's opinion, correct. Just write 4 points in between. 4 points in between. Just write 4 points. Okay. Done. Now I'll show you the question. Identify May 25. My battery is low. 1 second. Huh? It came in 1C. So this is May 25 ka paper. May 25. Question 1C. Smart Technology plans to issue a prospectus. So I got a hint here. To raise capital through a public offering. Still, it's not clear what question they're asking. What chapter will come, what standard will come. One second, I'll try to put it on charge. Babu, please come. A leader in cloud advisory services to strengthen its capabilities in providing cloud solution, and this acquisition aligned for a digital transformation strategy. The prospectus included pro forma financial information. So my first hint was prospectus, second was pro forma financial information. Can you guys write the name of the number of the essay? Sir, assurance reports on the engagement to report on compilation of pro forma financial information included in prospectus. You have to write full form, full name, then only you'll get marks. To demonstrate the effects of a significant acquisition completed recently. Okay? As an engagement practitioner, you are entrusted with providing an assurance report on the compilation of the PFFI. Okay? So you have got the hint, the chapter, the standards. Okay? Now what question? See, full nonsense these people are. Full nonsense. I will not make you read only. Forget it. We will not read only. This is the key to success. First para gives you the chapter means a standard. What you have to write, it will come in the last 1/4. This is the hint. First answer the first question. I have not read that question also, okay? Directly you are asking, when we are writing, state the aspects you will consider during the planning and performing the engagement while evaluating the source from which UFI has been extracted. Tell me, what will you write here? State the aspects that you will consider during the planning and performing the engagement while evaluating the source from which UFI has been extracted. Think. I have taught you. Which answer applicable criteria? Okay. During wala answer, planning and performing, CA summer. Correct. M was material. Very good, DP. Very good. Applicable criteria, whether UFI has been extracted appropriately, the source, whether it has been extracted appropriately, the appropriateness of the pro forma adjustments, materiality, assess the materiality, and responsible party has compiled the PFFI. CA summer. Perfect. Now, one more question, 2 mark answer. You tell me, what will you write here? As a practitioner, you need to obtain evidence about the appropriateness of pro forma adjustment. Explain what it includes. What will you write here? Wrong. Yashvardhan, you are correct. Adjustments to the UFI necessary for PFFI and adjustments to the presentation of PFI. Basically, definition of pro forma adjustment. Wait, I'll show you. What does pro forma adjustment include? Pro forma adjustments includes adjustments to the UFI to illustrate the impact of an event as if the event has occurred or adjustment to the UFI that are necessary for the purpose of PFFI to be compiled on the basis of applicable financial reporting framework. Okay, this is our answer. Let's check with suggested. Sir, as per SCE 3420, appropriateness of the source, okay, from where it has been extracted. Then responsible party, they have extracted correctly. Then he should obtain evidence about the appropriateness of the pro forma and the CA summer wala answer. Pro forma adjustment will include two things. Same 2 points were there. Adjustments to the UFI that illustrate the impact of an event as if the event had taken place, and adjustment to UFI that are necessary for the PFFI to be compiled on the basis of consistent basis. Done. From the notes. Provided you understand the question, the chapter, then you can easily answer. I hope now your thought process is clear. Whatever junk was there in the mind about audit, I hope now it is clear, guys. What to write, how much to write. Are you getting little confidence in audit? See, I know it is difficult, it is tough because the approach whatever you were taught was not correct. See, it's been 14 years, 28 attempts I have seen, 28 attempts. Lot of people have become chartered accountant to me. Lot of people have become. Okay. They are chilling in life. They are enjoying it. Because I don't teach to study. I teach to clear. I want my students to clear. Even if you get 41 marks or 51 or 61 or 71, 81, 91 or 100 marks. For me, you are a chartered accountant. That's it. But the approach has to be very much clear. What are you studying? If you are studying like 15 chapters, study that 15 chapter thoroughly. This is a right approach. See, the problem with final CA students is like lot of ego, lot of attitude. Arey sir, this much only we can do. Why? With this much, you will get only this much marks. I posted a video 2 days back about how important descriptive is. And I said that even if you do MCQ, it is 30 only on 30, right? So some mad fellow idiot, he's saying that, sir, you are wrong. 30 on 30 is for sure on 30 on 30. Arey, what 30 on 30, what you will do? Even if you get 30 on 30 still, if you get descriptive में 5 marks, 7 marks, you are CA final fail. So my objective was saying that just don't concentrate on MCQ. You need descriptive. Until unless your descriptive is strong, you will never be clearing CA final. And you think that you have ticked all 15 questions correct. It is your thinking. There would be students who will be getting 30 on 30 in MCQ, but general range is what? 20, 25? People who have taken attempt now, your range marks in MCQ was this much only, 20, 25. Correct? Is this your range? That means 1 or 2 questions, you also understand that you may go wrong. Some, maybe you are blank dot, maybe some wrong circle you have done. There is a chances, right? Now, to clear audit paper, you need, sir, 40 marks. If you have taken permanent exemption, you need 50 marks. So, there is a gap of 15 marks. Here, there is a gap of 25 marks. Where will it come from? Do full MCQ. Where will it come from? You need descriptive. Until as you don't focus on descriptive, you will never clear CFL audit and you will be blaming every time ICI, the subject, the teacher. Arey, I have not done properly. Teacher has not taught me correctly. The problem is of the approach. People don't study chapters only. They don't study the standards. See, I am telling you this chapter, I mean, these standards are very important because these are new standards. So, till the time all questions have been asked by the ICI, they will be asking it. For sure, they will be asking it. Now, you know the question, you know the content. I am not saying my notes will give you 5 on 5. At least they will give you 3 marks. Eventually, how many questions you have to write in the exam? If you have ever analyzed that also. You just go lift your bum and put the bum in the exam center and write the paper and then come and cry. Question number 1, 3 question. Question number 2, question 5. Sorry, question 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right? Out of this 5, you have to write 4. So 4 questions you have to attempt. 3 questions everywhere. 12. So ideally you are writing how many questions? 15 answers you have to write. 15 answers. Now, जिसमें से your ethics should be very much strong. We have seen ethics का minimum 3 तो will be there. Maximum there can be 4 questions. Maximum 4 questions. Correct? I am telling you one Karo ka question will be there for sure. Because Karo I say will be asking you for sure, yeah. Then one question on SRS, one question on SAE, one question on SRE. Compulsory one question on SQC also will be there, SQC 1. These are fixed chapter of ICI. Okay? Now, one question could be on either NBFC or bank. See, both were asked last attempt. So I assume that in September they will not ask both. They may ask one. So this is fixed pattern. Now I am telling you there are three questions here. Lord Jesus, Mother Mary, Christian Bhagwan, Hanumanji, Jesus Christ, why Guru, Allah, whatever God you are saying or you believe in, okay? Even if you're atheist, you believe in yourself, right? Sir, I can't go wrong in any answer. Understand what I'm saying? These are fixed chapter. Sir, three questions are there. Sir, I am saying 2 marks. Sir, Karo में 2 marks, SRS में 2 marks, SAE में 2 marks, SRE में 2 marks, SQC में 2 marks, Bank NBFC में 2 marks. Plus, Mayank have written in the chat. Very good, Mayank. I forgot that. One question will be there on ESG. One question will be there in digital audit. Sir, 2 marks in ESG, 2 marks in digital audit, 2 marks in this much. Now, if I calculate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 14 marks here and 6 marks here, 20 marks. I discount this. 20 may say take to 10% marks. I need 18 marks. People who have a 40 ka problem. So, boss, if you focus on this chapter thoroughly, my guarantee you will get 20 marks in your descriptive. 20 marks in descriptive. I will show you one photo, 1 second, hold on. He is my November 24 का student Harsh. Okay, he's from Mumbai only. Harsh scored 79 marks in CA Final Audit. He was here at 30. 79 marks. Same teacher, same example, same content, same notes, approach. So whatever we used to write in the class, because it's a regular batch ka notes, he used to mug up that answer, solve the question bank, understand the concept and write it. 79 marks, imagine. CA final. When we combine our 2 attempts, then also we are not reaching 79. He scored in 1 attempt. November 24. Disha scored I think in 68 or 67. She was AI 35. She is also from Mumbai. So people get marks. The problem is approach. Now majority of you who's watching me right now, either live or recorded, full YouTube, you are using full YouTube. 2 chapter from this teacher, 2 chapter from that teacher, 2 chapter from your, plus mentorship alag, right? Plus mock test, 99 rupees mock test. You must have also taken, somebody must have taken 99 rupees mock test. Understand, 99 rupees mein who the hell is checking the paper and giving you 99 rupees? A practicing chartered accountant or teacher who teaches CA Final Audit will not be evaluating a paper at 99 rupees. But no, sir, what a nice test series it is. What, from where they will get the question? Past paper. So if I saw one paper this time, okay, question number 1, 2 taken from May 24 ka paper. Question number 3, 4 taken from November 24 ka paper. Question 5 and 6 taken from May 25 ka paper. And the student is telling me, sir, can you solve this paper for me? I asked him, where did you got this paper from? Sir, I have joined my one test series. I asked, how much did you pay? Sir, 99 rupees. I said, yeah, 19 you will get this much only. Because as a teacher, I to remember na little where the question was asked. Like we are doing right now because I remember the content. Full scam, these people are doing it. Until you don't focus on your content. See, content is king. Remember that. Remember essay ka number, essay ka name, essay ka content. Then only you will get marks. Or else, trust me, again, will be there. Again, you will be coming for this revision marathon. Some other branch would be doing with me. Okay. Until as you don't focus on this chapter, guys, you will not clear. Are you getting what I'm trying to say, guys? You don't need any motivation. You don't need any lecture. You just need to focus. Focus on the content. Mug up the answer, write and mug it up. Ask somebody to take an oral at your home, maybe your parents, your wife, your partner, your husband, your brother, sister, friend. Ask them to take oral of at least this chapters I'm telling you. If you do this oral, see 90% year, I mean, if it is matching, 10% here and there, paper checker will give you marks. Paper checker matches the answer with suggested. Like if you see pro forma adjustment, if you have written this adjustment to the UFI that illustrates the impact of an event as if the event had occurred or the transaction taken place at an earlier date, and adjustment to the UFI that are necessary for PFI to be compiled on a consistent basis. If you write this, teacher will give you, see it was a 4-mark answer. Maybe she'll give you 2, 2.5 or 3. That half of that 1 mark will give you marks. 2 marks, what is that? 2 marks I was saying, every chapter if you do the notes thoroughly, you can score 2 marks at least. So if you score 2 marks, we are getting 20 marks here. 2 plus 2 ESG, 4 plus digital audit 6, Caro 8, SRS 10, SAE 12, SRE 14, SQC 16, and this 6 marks around in ethics. So around 20-22 marks you are getting in your descriptive. Forget other chapters. With an assumption that MCQ may will score around 24-26 marks. Understood? So we have done SAE 3400, we have done SAE 3420, examination of the prospective financial information, assurance reports on the engagements to be prepared on the basis of the compilation of pro forma financial information included in prospectus 3420. Okay, last essay of this chapter. Let's do this. 3402. Oops, again iPad not working. Okay, now see. SAE 3402. What it says? Assurance reports on controls. Assurance reports and controls at service organization. Now, I assume this essay is very less important, reason being they have asked this in May 25. So, if you see the history also, I may be having some analysis. Yeah. So, I used to do analysis from last lot of times, okay? May, November, okay? So, lot of times they have not repeated the standards, okay? They have not repeated the standards. Lot of times. So, I assume the weightage would be very less. Focus more on 3400 this time. In this chapter, 3400. But still, it is there in the syllabus. We should do it. We should do it because in the MCQ they may test us, okay? Understand this diagram. Understand this diagram, okay? AB Limited, CA Ram. AB Limited is given money to TCS and they have outsourced what? They are taking any accounting or any inventory or any payroll services from TCS. So TCS is basically service entity. TCS quarter is CA Shyam. AB Limited is user entity. AB quarter is CA Ram. Okay, now Ram, if the question is from Ram ka perspective as a user auditor, basically as a statutory auditor, okay, you will be writing SA 402. I repeat, you will be writing the content of SA 402. Content is same, only the name is different, SA 402. But the question is from Shyam ka perspective. Shyam ka perspective, you will write SAE 3402. So here Ram would be asking company where what service you are using. They are saying we are using payroll service. From whom you are using? Sir, TCS. Acha, TCS, you must be having some internal controls, right? Yes, sir, we have it. Do you have a report of it? Yes, sir, we have it. No, sir, we don't have it. Acha, please can you get a report for me? Ram says, please can you get a report from me? So TCS, sir, okay, sir, we'll get a report for you. So TCS will contact Shyam. Hey, Shyam, you're a chartered accountant. Shyam says, yes, sir, I am a chartered accountant. Sir, can you make a report? Can you make a report for what? Sir, can you prepare a report on the controls at service entity? Shyam says, yes. So Shyam is not the statutory auditor. Let us assume TCS ka stat auditor is EY. So EY will be giving a report on the financial statement. Shyam is giving a report on what? On the controls at service entity. Understood? Sir, who will be doing this engagement? Sir, anybody. Anybody can do this engagement. So what it says? Sir, definition. Explain service entity, user entity, user order, service order. This is the definition. Service entity refers to a third party that provides services to the user entity. User entity means that entity which uses the services of a service entity. User auditor means an auditor who audits and reports on the FS and the FS of a user entity. So basically start auditor. Sir, service auditor refers to a professional accountant in public practice who, at the request of service organization, provides an assurance report on controls at service entity. Okay, he will be giving an assurance report on controls at service entity. Okay. Question number 2 is little important because in the model, if you see model question, a lot of times they have asked about this only controls. Why it is important? Sir, I mean, AB Limited, they must have taken some, let us assume outsource mein, packaging also they must have outsourced. Imagine employee ka training also they must have outsourced. Sir, pest control ka service also they must have outsourced. Sir, repairing of electricity also they must have outsourced. As a user auditor, tell me, as an auditor, are you interested in those outsourced services? Tell me. No, sir. I am interested only in those outsourced services which are impacting the financial statement. Payroll, TDS calculation, stock movement, okay, warehousing facilities, inventory is moving, right? Gratuity is a valuer. Yeah, if they have outsourced something, okay. We are interested only in that. So it says why controls of service entity are important to a user entity ka internal control related to financial reporting. So it says controls related to service entity ka operations and compliance objective may be relevant to the user entity ka internal control as it relates to financial reporting, only financial report. That's basically FS items. Such controls may be regarding the presentation disclosure about transactions, account balances disclosure, that is TABD. Transaction basically means, guys, P&L. Account balances basically means the balance sheet. Disclosure basically means the notes. Now, controls at service entity includes aspects of user entity ka information system maintained by the service entity and may also include aspects of one or more components of internal controls at service entity. He will be checking user entity ka controls also, he will be checking control at service entity also. Now, whether the controls are relevant or not, it is his heart will say. Heart basically means professional judgment. The determination of whether controls at service entity is relevant to the user entity internal control is a matter of professional judgment. Okay. Then type 1, type 2 report. Type 1, type 2 report. Now, so basically this internal control system ka report is here. So there are two kinds of report. One is type 1 report, other one is type 2 report. Type 1 report may be shout and say, sir, ICS is existing. Type 2 may be say, sir, ICS is existing and it is effective. ICS is existing and it is effective. ICS is existing and it is effective. Now, guys, this report of type 1, type 2, we are talking about user entity ka type 1, type 2 report or service entity ka? Tell me. We are talking about service entity ka or user entity ka? Sir, we are talking about service entity, service organization. We are talking about service entity, na. By user auditor, he will first check user entity. If he is not satisfied, then he move on to service entity, na. So type 1, type 2 report basically internal control systems at service entity. Internal control system at where? Service entity. Clear? Now this is in simple way. ICS is there. Type 2 mein ICS is there and it is effective. Now, but in the exam, you can't write like this. You have to write what is given in the module. So, let me draw this for you first. Understand this box, huh? So, this is not a distinguished, basically, this is a short note. Explain what is type 1, type 2 report. It comprises of, same point, service entity ka description of its system, service entity ka description of its system. service entity का description of its system. Then, so it will describe the system basically. And return assertion by service entity. By basically the TCS, they will write that the description fairly represents service entity का system as designed and implemented on a specified date. Service entity का system as designed and implemented on a specified date. Service entity का system as designed and implemented on a specified date. Service entity का system, this system, first point, it is designed and implemented on a specified date. ठीक है, this is my first point. Number 2, the controls related to control objective. The controls related to control objective in the system were suitably designed on a specified date. I am saying this there are 4 switches or 4 buttons. So I am saying, sir, this. This is my second point. So the controls related to control objectives in system are designed and, same point, implemented on a specified date. Implemented on a specified date. So first box talks about the system. Second point talks about the controls in that system, controls in the system. Now, when you talk about type 2 report, so the first point and the second point will be copy pasted as it is same. Third point, what will you say here? The controls related to control object in the system are operating effectively throughout the period. What is my third point, sir? Sir, the controls are operating effectively throughout the period. This is my first and second will come in type 1 report. 1, 2, 3 will come in type 2 report. You must have seen a microwave, right? Microwave oven. Just remember that. Sir, that microwave ka box is designed and implemented on a specified date. That means service entity will write in the report, they will say that the service entity ka description of the system is designed and implemented on a specified date. The button in the microwave, the switches in the microwave, the controls related to control object in the system are as designed and implemented on a specified date. Then when you switch it on, so light comes, and you know that there is a plate. If you have seen a microwave, there is a plate which rotates. So it is operating effectively. The controls related to control objectives in the system of the service entity is operating effectively throughout the period. So remember the audit as per drawing. If you remember the drawing, the answer becomes very easy. First, you will talk about the system. It is designed and implemented on a specified date. Then you will talk about the controls. Controls in the systems are designed and implemented on a specified date. Then, sir, these controls are operating effectively. These controls are operating effectively. Understood? So point number 2 will be given by the management. Point number 3. Sir, service auditor ka assurance report that conveys assurance about matters referred in 2. So service auditor will say that that matters about point 2. Here also same point. Service auditor ka assurance report that conveys assurance about matters referred in 2, and it will include description of test of controls and result thereof. They have done some test of controls and the results thereof. So this is type 1 and type 2 report. If I expect this should be a question in the exam. What is type 1 and type 2 report? Okay. Then in the module or in my book, if you have my book, there's a procedure about SA 3402. It's just a read answer. Read any 6-7 points. Basically, they have used all the standards on auditing a name and number. 560 is there, related party is there, understand 315 is there, 330 is there. Use those. Okay, just a read answer. Sir, what will be the matters of WR to be asked by service auditor? Sir, what will be the matters of WR to be asked by service auditor? We call this as AD-DINA. AD-DINA. Sir, same point. Reaffirm the assertion regarding the description of the system. Reaffirm the assertion regarding the description of the system. Whatever you have said, na sir, write it on paper in WR. It has provided service auditor with all the information. It has disclosed to the service auditor what? Deficiencies in the controls, instances where controls were not operating, non-compliance of laws and regulations for fraud, uncorrected deviations, and any subsequent event. Can somebody define me what is subsequent event generally? What a subsequent event means? Sir, any event occurring after balance sheet date but before auditors report date. Any events occurring after balance sheet date but before auditors report date, correct? Here also any subsequent events covered by service entity ka description of the system up to the date of service auditors ka report. So here the management is what? Balance sheet date is not there. They will say subsequent event between the date of the service entity ka description of the system and the date of service auditor ka report. Company said we have evaluated on 31st March. Auditor will say I will evaluate on 10th August. So that difference may, that gap may, whatever event has occurred, it is called as what? Subsequent event. It is called as what? Subsequent events. Cool. Add dinner. Then last answer. Contents of report. Title, address, date, place, sign, FRN, UDIN. Correct. Now what we will say? A statement that the engagement was performed as per SAE 3402. A statement about the identification of the service entity, a description of the system, control objectives in the system, and the controls were operating effectively throughout the period. So you will write that practitioner responsibility, and that management is responsible for preparing the description of the system, providing the services covered by the service auditor, a description of its system, stating the control objective, and designing and implement the controls. So management ka responsibility, practitioner ka responsibility, and statement that the engagement was conducted as per SAE 3402. Done. Then this is a question in the module. What additional matters are required in 3402 ka type 2 report? So if you see type 2 mein, we said point number 1 is same, we said point number 2 is same, we said point number 3 is same. Then we have added 2 points now. It will also include description of test of controls and the results thereof. Test of controls and results thereof. So you will talk about test of controls. So it says what additional matters are required, sir? Sir, it shall include a separate section after the opinion para or an attachment that describe the test of control and the results of those tests. What test you have performed and what were the result of those tests. Then whether you have tested on all the items or sample items. Sample items or all items. If deviations have been identified, the reason, the nature of the deviation, the reason, the number and nature of deviation. Like for example, some microwave was not operating on 10th August, 15th August, 18th August. Sir, why? Sir, because there was a power cut. So the number 3 times it was not working. Reason, power cut was here. So test of controls and the results of those tests. Whether on all the items or selection of items. The reason, the number and the nature of the deviations, and on the basis of test performed, the service auditor shall state that he has concluded that the control objective was achieved. So these 4 points you have to write. Sir, when will the service auditor modify the opinion? I will not teach you. You have to use your brain. Just do the reverse of this. Sir, if service entity system as designed are not designed and implemented on a specified date, or the controls related to control object in the system are not suitably designed on a specified date, or the controls related to control objectives are not operating effectively throughout the period, or the auditor is unable to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence regarding the system or the control objective, the auditor will express what? Modify opinion. See, if everything is followed, it is clean opinion, unmodified opinion. If just put not, if this is not followed, this is not followed, this is not followed, what will you express? You will express modified opinion. You will express modified opinion. Understood? Last answer, if you can remember, it's good, or else use that safe wala answer. What documentation the service auditor should do? That's safe. Significant matters, results of the procedure performed, nature, time and extent of procedure performed. That's right, safe wala answer. This is done. So your full chapter of 3402, 3420, 3400 assurance engagement is done. So I have taught you SRS, I have taught you PSU, I have taught you SAE. 3 chapters we have done. So close to 12 marks we have covered. Cool. Let's take a small 5-minute break. Then we will do review wala. Review came in all attempts. Huh? Shall we take a break, guys? Okay. No question. May 25 में it was 402 and 3402 का mixed question. Question number 11. One second. One second. I'll show you what it was. May 25 का वीडियो ना 3420 came, Proforma came, and this was more of a four zero two 402 question. Durga is saying, sir, no break. Durga, I'm speaking for continuously 3 hours. At least give me 5 minutes breather. Let's be human to each other. 5 minutes. So, welcome back, guys. Let's start. So, we are doing now review wall engagement. So, let's start. It says standards on review engagements. Review of financial information. Review of financial information. So, there are two standards, SRE 2400, SRE 2410. Engagement to review historical financial statements, review of IFI prepared by the independent auditor of the entity. Okay? Independent auditor of the entity. That means this engagement has to be mandatorily done by the stat auditor of a company. This engagement has to be mandatorily done by the stat auditor of the company. So, guys, just remember one point: 810 and 2410, both 110, 1010, 1010, 2410 and 810, both engagements have to be mandatorily done by the stat auditor of the entity. Rest all the engagements can be done by any practitioner. Okay? Engagements to review historical financial statement. So the story here is basically, imagine there's an entity, this is management, they are supposed to give the FS to the auditor. Okay, now this FS is prepared by the management. As per them, they must have prepared it correctly, correct? But they have that fear, obviously auditor is there, even though as per management they have prepared as per FRF, correct? But there is a fear that auditor will find out some mistakes and then auditor will shout on them, hey, what management, what nonsense you have done this, right? So they want somebody to just have an overlook over it. Okay, so management before submitting to the auditor, they goes to CA Ashok. Ashok Anna, what you can do, Ashok Anna, can you just see it once? So Ashok Anna, what is he doing, sir? He is reviewing the FS prepared by the management. Now Anna will not go and report to the auditor. Ashok will prepare a report and give it to the management. So this standard is from the perspective of CA Ashok, like an EQ, correct, Ashok. But Ashok is an independent practitioner. He cannot be the star auditor of a company. That's logical, because if he is only reviewing and he is only auditing, that will be conflict of interest, correct? That's a conflict of interest. So any CA plus COP will do this engagement. Okay, any CA plus COP will do this engagement. That's basically any practitioner. Now, so in audit we give assurance engagement. Assurance engagement is audit. We give their reasonable assurance. In audit we give reasonable assurance. So guys, in review, which assurance we will give? I am saying audit may we give reasonable assurance. So my question is, in review, which assurance we give? Sir, limited assurance. Which assurance, guys? Limited. So it is more than reasonable or less than reasonable? Is it more or less? Sir, it is less. Sir, Ashok is auditing. He is checking. No. Ashok is not auditing anything. Ashok is not going into deep. No. He will just say, Acha, FRF ke hisab se you have prepared the FS. Oh, you have followed the schedule 3. You have followed the Ind AS. That's it. He is just reviewing it. He is not going into deep or sampling audit. Nothing. That will be done by the auditor. He is just reviewing it. That you have prepared as per FRF. Sir, what is review? Sir, review is a limited assurance engagement. Limited assurance is a level of assurance where the engagement risk is reduced to an acceptable level, but where the risk is more than reasonable assurance engagement to provide a basis for expressing an opinion. So you will say it is a low level of assurance where we try to reduce to an acceptable level. It involves what? Fewer procedures and gathers sufficient appropriate evidence on which limited conclusions can be drawn up. Limited conclusions. We don't give opinion here. We give what? Conclusions. Acha. Review is also related to FS, which is prepared on the basis of historical financial information, just like an audit. It also relates to historical. Okay. Now, so this was definition of what is review. Number 2, sir, what are the objectives of SRE 2400? Who can do it? So this is just a read answer. To obtain limit assurance by making 2 procedures. What are 2 procedures? AI. What is A? Analytical procedure. What is I? Inquiry. To obtain limit assurance by performing AI, analytical procedure, inquiry about whether the FS are free from material misstatement. Report on the FS as a whole and communicate as per this SRE. It can be conducted by any practitioner like CA plus UP other than the start article. It's logical. In cases where limited assurance cannot be obtained, what you should do? You can disclaim the opinion or withdraw if possible. But it will disclaim the conclusion, not opinion. It will be disclaim the conclusion or withdraw if possible. If you are unable to give limit assurance, the practitioner shall disclaim the opinion, disclaim the conclusion or withdraw if possible. Okay? Then, sir, what are the factors which affects the acceptance and continuance of client relationships and review engagement? So when you are accepting it, what factors will affect it? Sir, unless law says you should not accept it, the practitioner, this is basically a negatively worded essay. Standard, negatively, everything will be a not. Like in audit, we see the financial statements are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. So I'm saying this is a positive statement. Here you will say, nothing has come to the practitioner's attention that the financial statements are not free from material misstatement. It is same line only, but you are using it negatively worded. This is a negatively worded standard. Okay, remember this. There's a MCQ in the module, I think, on this. So the practitioner shall, again, negatively worded, shall not accept the engagement if the practitioner is not satisfied that there is a rational purpose for the doing engagement or the review engagement would be appropriate in the circumstances. The practitioner may recommend some other engagement like audit or compilation as appropriate. Imagine company went to Ashok, sir, can you just check it? So when Ashok was checking, he was checking all the data. He went into more deep. So it was looking like audit, it was not review. So he should not accept that engagement because it is looking like audit only, sir. So you please ask me to do the audit or ask your CA to do the audit. I can't do this engagement. So if he is satisfied that there is no rational purpose for doing it and the review engagement results in some other engagement, then he should not accept the engagement. Number 2, the practitioners have reason to believe that relevant ethical requirements including independence will not be satisfied, again negative. Third, the practitioner's preliminary understanding of the engagement circumstances indicates that the information needed to perform the review engagement is unavailable or unreliable, again negative. They will not give the information, or whatever information they give, it will not be reliable. The practitioner has a cause to doubt management ka integrity, that it is likely to affect performance of the review. He has a doubt on the management ka integrity, or there's a scope limitation. So he will what do? He will disclaim a conclusion. So he will not accept the engagement. So what factors you will not accept? Everything is negative. These are 5 points. This came in November 24. We'll do this question again. What are the preconditions for accepting an engagement? Precondition means before wala answer. Sir, acceptability of FRF as per FS. That FRF is prepared as per the FRF. That FS is prepared as per the FRF. Then agreement of the management regarding its responsibility. What they will say? Sir, same answer. What we have done in other standards also. They have given all information, additional information, unrestricted access to the person within the entity from whom the practitioner believes necessary evidence can be obtained. So this is same in 210 also, here also in that answer we did of SAE, everywhere is same. Access to all the information, additional information, unrestricted access. Then, sir, if above are not present, he should discuss with the management and request for changes. If the changes is not made, he should not accept the engagement unless required by law. If he accepts the engagement, such engagement does not comply with SRE 2400. So in his report, we have studied one point, we write that in the report, interrupts. One point we write that the engagement is performed as per SRE 2400. So if law is saying accept the engagement, so you can't write that statement there. So just a point, the practitioner shall not include any reference within his report to the review have been conducted as per SRE. So generally what will you say? All these 3 conditions should be present. Number 1, acceptability of the FRF, management ka responsibility, and what responsibility, they will provide access to everywhere. If above are not present, he should discuss with the management, request for changes. If the changes cannot be made, he should not accept the engagement unless required by law or regulation. If he accepts the engagement because law is saying that, then he cannot write in the reference that the engagement is performed as per SRE 2400. This came in November 24. Now, procedure for performing the review engagement. The procedure का answer you will read later on because there are a lot of same points of standards on auditing. You have studied materiality, SA 320. This is during answer. So it's very lengthy answer. I mean, this could not be a question in the exam. Okay, he should consider what? Materiality. You say. He should understand the entity as per applicable FRF. He should design and perform the procedures. How many procedures are there? Only two procedures, A and I. A, analytical procedure, I, inquiry. Then, one more P, procedure in specific circumstances. Procedure in specific circumstances and other procedures. So the code here is MAPPO. MAPPO. How would you perform the review engagement? MAPPO. Materiality, understand the entity, perform procedure, perform specific procedure, perform other audit procedures. Other procedures. Okay. Now, this answer you will read directly from the notes. I am teaching you one important answer. What are the other additional audit procedures when the practitioner becomes aware that the FS are materially misstated? When you are reviewing it, I told you the Ashok will not go into deep. I agree. He will not check everything. I agree. But if something is wrong, he need to say from the mouth. And sir, something is wrong. But sir, you have only told that he will not check. I agree. But if something wrong is happening, you can't be quiet. You can't be quiet. So this is important. It says, if the practitioner becomes aware of the matter that causes him to believe that FS are materially misstated, he shall design and perform procedure to conclude either it is misstatement or either it is not a misstatement. First read B. Determine that matter is causing the FS as a whole to be materially misstated. That means there is a misstatement. Conclude that the matter is not likely to cause the FS as a materially misstated. Either there is a misstatement or either there is not a misstatement. Then the practitioner will perform what? Additional procedure if he believes that FS are materially misstated. What additional procedure he will apply? It is his professional judgment. If he becomes aware of any matters which he says that there is a material misstatement, he should conclude whether there is a misstatement or whether there is not a misstatement. Sir, if there is a misstatement, he will perform what? Additional procedure. What additional procedure he will perform? It is a matter of his professional judgment. Now, this additional procedure would be what? AI, additional inquiry, additional AP, or other types of procedure. Additional inquiry, additional procedure, analytical procedure means being performed in greater detail or being focused on affected items. Other means substantive test of details or external confirmations. So this could be an exam question. Additional procedures. Then, sir, what are the main WR for review engagement? What will you say? Sir, following are the main WR. Same point. Management has fulfilled the responsibility for preparation of applicable FRF and they have provided the auditor with all the information and access and all the transactions are reflected in the FS. Same is SA 580 ka answer. Additional WR. It's a direct question. Additional WR in SRE. Same 580 ka answer. So this is basically standards. Related party 550. Fraud 240. Non-compliance of laws 250. Going concern 570. Subsequent event 570. Then two are different. This materiality is basically 320. Material commitments, contractual obligations that have affected or may affect the entity ka FS. So this is a direct question. What are additional WR in review engagement? Okay? So this directly you will read from here. Same answer you have done in SA 580 also. If management does not provide the requested WR or the practitioner shall, what he should do? DRT. People who have studied through me, we have done this in 580. DRT. Discuss with the management, reevaluate the integrity of the management, take appropriate action, including disclaimer of the opinion. So here we will say conclusion. The practitioner shall disclaim the conclusion or withdraw from the engagement if possible if he has doubt about the integrity of the management such that WRs are not reliable or management does not provide the requested WR for the responsibility of preparation of FS. See, if management is not giving main WR or if the practitioner has doubt about the integrity, what he should do? He should disclaim the conclusion. Very important MCQ. He should disclaim the conclusion. In audit, we said he should give disclaimer of opinion. He should do disclaimer of opinion. Here we say he should disclaim the conclusion. Same point, same everything, same here. Then how does the practitioner forms a conclusion on review engagement? So here we don't talk about opinion. See, because we have been talking always about audit. So opinion is in our nerves. But remember in review, what will you write? Conclusion. Unmodified, modified. Page number 295 to 295, 291 to 95 main book. Hold on. I'll show you. Now, so it is similar to audit only. If you remember audit में opinion. If you remember audit में opinion, unmodified, unqualified, clean. Modified में qualify, adverse, disclaimer. Correct? When do you give modify? Sir, if the FS are misstated, the effects are what? Material and pervasive. Big problem, I saw a big problem. The auditor will express adverse opinion. I'm talking about audit first right now. Material but not pervasive, he will give qualify opinion. If you are unable to obtain psi and the effects are material and pervasive, the auditor will give disclaimer of opinion. If it is material but not pervasive, he will give qualify opinion. If you remember this content. Same content we talk about conclusion. Sir, if everything is good, we will give unmodified conclusion. If there's a problem, we will give modified conclusion. We can give qualified conclusion or adverse conclusion or disclaimer of conclusion. Sir, if we saw the FS are misstated and the effects are material and pervasive, the practitioner will express adverse conclusion. If FS are misstated and the effects are material but not pervasive, the practitioner shall express qualified conclusion. If he is unable to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence regarding the FS, he should express and the effects are material and pervasive, he should express disclaimer of conclusion. If it is material but not pervasive, qualify conclusion. Everything is same, you just have to write conclusion. In the previous attempt, I know they have asked you to draft the opinion para. There's a video on my channel, I have uploaded a para for opinion, how do you draft the opinion. Here I am talking about conclusion, almost similar line. Here everything would be in negative. See, understand. The practitioner shall express unmodified conclusion. It means clean. In his report on the FS, when he has obtained which assurance, guys? Limit assurance. In audit, we say reasonable assurance. Now, how do you frame it? Everything has to be negative. Huh? Nothing has come to the practitioner's attention that causes the practitioner to believe that FS are not prepared. FS are not prepared as per material respect. As per applicable FRF. In all material respect, as per applicable FRF. Audit may say FS are prepared as per material, in all material respects as per applicable FRF. Audit may be right in positive. Here we write negative. Nothing has come to the practitioner's attention that FS are not prepared as per applicable FRF. Okay? Now this is the definition. Now how do you frame it, sir? You can use either of it. I'm using the first one. So if I'm talking about unmodified conclusion, that means clean. Based on our review, nothing has come to our attention to cause to believe that the FS do not give a true and fair view, as per the applicable financial reporting framework of the FS. This is for fair presentation framework, and in compliance framework, same. Based on our review, nothing has come to our attention that causes us to believe that the FS are not prepared in all material respect as per the applicable FRF. This is for compliance framework. So fair presentation framework basically means Schedule 3, AS and DS. Compliance framework basically means SEBI LODR. So generally in the exam, they will ask about fair presentation only. So in simple words, based on our review, nothing has come to our attention that causes us to believe that FS do not give a true and fair view as per the applicable FRF. This is clean. Qualify me. Two reasons were there. The practitioner determines that FS are misstated, he will give qualify. Unable to obtain psi, qualify. Same point. Unable to obtain psi, unable to obtain sign. ठीक है? Then you have to use the heading qualified conclusion, adverse conclusion, disclaimer of conclusion. Provide a description of the matter giving rise to the modification under an appropriate heading, basis for qualified, basis for adverse, basis for disclaimer in a separate para. In the practitioner report immediately before the conclusion para, referred to in as a basis for conclusion para. Read A and B and tell me first basis will come or first conclusion will come. In review, first basis will come or first conclusion will come. First basis will come or first conclusion will come. Read and tell me. Sir, first basis will come, then conclusion will come. In review, when we talk about audit, audit में what comes first? Opinion comes first or basis comes first? In audit में, audit में what comes first? Sir, audit में first opinion comes, then basis comes. This is the difference. Remember this, huh? They have not asked about opinion a lot of time. I mean, I think last 2 attempts, so they may ask you. Okay. Now, so the question which came in the paper will be doing that. Understood this gap? So first basis will come, then conclusion will come. Remember this, okay? Audit mein opinion and then basis it is. Now, how do you draft, sir? Qualified conclusion. So there also we are using the word except. In opinion we use the word except. Here also based on a review, except for the effect of the matter described in basis for qualified conclusion para, same line. Nothing has come to our attention that causes us to believe that the FS do not give a true and fair view in accordance with applicable financial reporting framework. Same line. Just you have to add what? Except for the effects of the matter. This was the same line also in that, in audit also. You have to start with the word based on a review. Okay? This is qualified conclusion. Now, adverse. Based on a review, due to the significance of the matter, based on a review, due to the significance of the matter described in basis for adverse conclusion para, the financial statement, what will you say? Do not give a true and fair view in accordance with applicable financial reporting framework. There we are saying except, here we are in adverse we are saying what? Do not give a true and fair view. Okay? Now, when you add conclusion or when you add adverse para, sorry, when you add qualified or when you add adverse para, 3 points important you have to write. Describe and quantify the effects of the misstatement if the material misstatement relates to specific amounts in the FS, unless impractical, in which the practitioner shall so state. First one, what will I describe and quantify the the effects of the material misstatements. Describe and quantify the effects of the material misstatement. Number 2, explain how disclosures are misstated if the misstatement relates to disclosure. First, amount ka misstatement. Second, disclosure ka misstatement. Third, describe the nature of the omitted information if the misstatement relates to non-disclosure of the information related to be disclosed. Amount ka misstatement is that describe the effects and the amount. Disclosure ka misstatement is that explain how disclosure are misstated. Omission ka misstatement is that describe how the omitted information was described. So the nature of omitted information you have to write here. So all this you have to give when you are adding qualified or adverse conclusion para. Okay. Now, in case disclaiming a conclusion, what will you write? Disclaimer, yeah. This one. Due to the significant based on a, sorry, so we have not seen only na. Everybody is based on a review, based on a review, based on a review. Clean, qualified, adverse. But disclaimer mein you have not done review. Due to the significance of the matter described in basis of a disclaimer of conclusion para, the practitioner is unable unable to obtain psi to form a conclusion on the FS, and accordingly the practitioner do not express an opinion on the FS Understood? So, due to the significance of the matter described in basis for disclaimer of conclusion para, the practitioner is unable to obtain psi to form the conclusion of the FS, and accordingly the practitioner do not express a conclusion on the FS. So, like this question will come in the exam, draft a conclusion. Last answer, practitioner का report. Tell me. Tell me. Third ups is done. Title, address, date, place, and FR, and you did. Give me other points. What other points you will add? What other points you can add? Manage a statement that the engagement is performed as per SRE 2400. Management is responsible to prepare the financial statement as per applicable FRF. Then practitioner is responsible to express an opinion on the to express a conclusion on the FS. Then there is one more point. It says this is logical. The date of practitioner ka report. Sir, when will you give the report? After doing the procedure, na? The practitioner shall date the report no earlier than, what will you say? No earlier than he has obtained sufficient appropriate evidence as to the basis for the practitioner conclusion on FS that all statement that comprise FS under AFRF has been prepared, and those with the recognized authority, that means management, has asserted that they have taken responsibility for those FS. So logical na, say when will you sign the report? After you have concluded that the FS has been prepared as per FRF and management has acknowledged their responsibility. Management has acknowledged their responsibility. Correct? Then only you will sign the report. Na? So this is MCQ ka question. They can test you in MCQ. Done? Cool. Let's do the question. Let's start with May 24 first. (2410) came in May 24. We do this later on. November 24. C. Which answer you will write? Tell me. Which answer will you write, guys? Tell me. Before preconditions. November 24. Acceptability of FRF, acknowledge agreement of the management ka responsibility, provide access to all information, additional information, unrestricted access to the person within the entity. If 1, 2, 3 are not present, practitioner shall discuss with the management, request for changes. Changes can be made. You should not accept the engagement unless required by law. This was the answer. November 24. Let's check the answer. 2400 engagement to review historical financial statements. FRF management ka responsibility. Then to provide practitioner 1, 2, 3. Same answer. And we have added one more line. If 1, 2, 3 are not present, you should not accept the engagement. Same answer. Okay. November 24 done. May 25. I got the hint here. I am not asking you to read this. 3/4 of the question is story, gobar, potty, shit. What you have to write, you will get here. Tell me what you have to do here. Tell me what will write here. Qualified conclusion. Let's try making it. State the phrases to be used in conclusion para as appropriate. And the next question, state the matters to be included. मैंने अभी आपको सिखाया. Matters to be included in the basis for conclusion para. What will you write? What matters should be included? See, ऊपर का पूरा स्टोरी होता है, वो वेस्ट है. It is no nonsense. It is. What you have to write? Those 3 points. Correct. The nature and amount of the misstatement, the nature of the disclosure if the misstatement was related to disclosure, and nature of the omitted information if the misstatement is due to the omission. What true and fair view? These 3 points. Didi, DP, you are wrong there. Describe and quantify the financial effect of the misstatement if the misstatement relate to specific amounts in the FS. Explain how disclosures are misstated if the misstatement relates to narrative disclosure. Describe the nature of the omitted information if the misstatement relates to the disclosure of information required to be disclosed. Amount, disclosure, omitted information. Okay. Yeah. Now we need to make the para. Based on our review. Material but not pervasive, na? Based on our review, except for the matter described in the basis for qualified opinion paragraph, qualified conclusion paragraph, the financial statements give true and fair view in conformity with the financial statement give a true and fair view as per applicable financial reporting framework. This much only. Let's check. Based on our review, except for the effects of the matter described in basis of a qualified conclusion paragraph. Oh shit, I did not write a negative point. Oh, my mistake. Huh? You have to write that negative. Nothing has come to our attention that causes us to believe that the financial statement do not give a true and fair view as per applicable FRF. As per applicable FRF. So they have written A wala point. This is as per fair presentation framework. If compliance framework it is there, same point. Based on our review, except for the effects of the matter described in basis for qualified conclusion para, nothing has come to our attention that causes us to believe that. So this is same exactly, it is same, it is okay, that the financial statements are not prepared as per FRF. The financial statements here we say do not give a true and fair view as per FRF. It is not prepared as per FRF. Then what will you write in the basis para? A, B, C. Same points from the notes. Understood, guys, the question? I hope now it is clear to you how to use it. Only one question was there. Yeah. Everybody who's watching me right now got it? See, papers are very easy. I mean, it's not very easy, but it is easy. Provided you remember the content, you know the content. See, if you write whatever your heart says, you will not get the marks. You will not get marks. Now, I'll show you one paper. I had this, I just got a click in my mind. The student has wrote He wrote qualified conclusion, which is wrong. First basis para should come, plus it is like this inner conclusion to the best of our information. No, this is audit ka language. In our open to the best of information. You will just write based on our review. Based on our review, nothing has come to our attention that the financial statement do not give a true and fair view. So he just used logic of opinion para, copied this. Basis they have not asked only. They have asked what will you write in the basis. So how much did you got? 0. Now what he must have told, sir, I wrote full answer. But you have written wrong answer, my dear. Wrong. 0, na. Understood? Write what is there in the content, then you will get the marks. Yes, Mayank, what doubt? They had asked theory. Mayank, they had asked theory. They had asked how would you draft conclusion para. So they had, see, ICI makes a paper to make confusion. They have not asked you to give the opinion or conclusion. They have just asking theory. Story is used to irritate the student. This is the language. Based on our review, nothing has come to our attention that causes us to believe that the FS do not give a true and fair view as per applicable FRF. This is fair presentation framework. Based on our review, nothing has come to our attention to believe that the FS are not prepared as per FRF. Are not true and fair view comes in fair presentation framework. Directly, if you write do not give true and fair view, it will come in compliance framework. If you see the question of May 25. What are they saying? Based on the evidence gathered and procedure performed, CA issue determines that the FS are materially misstated. Okay, it is misstatement. If you see the diagram, FS are materially misstated. FS are materially misstated. He is expressing qualified conclusion. He is expressing what? Qualified conclusion. Because he is determining material but not pervasive. Then material but not pervasive. Now, what are they saying? State the phrases to be used. Both you have to write. Both. Compliance also and fair presentation also. And the matters to be included in basis for conclusion paragraph. Understood? Yeah. Okay. Both you have to write. Cool. Now, last SRE 2410. Very easy 2410 though. Now see. Review of IFI performed by the independent auditor of the entity. Review of IFI to be performed by mandatory by independent auditor of the entity. Sir, IFI basically means half yearly or a quarterly. Full detail but half yearly. IFI is prepared and presented as per FRF as per applicable financial reporting framework that comprises of complete or condensed set of FS for a period that is shorter than the entity ka financial year. That means it will be for the entire year. It will cover all the details but for lesser period, like for 9 months, 6 months, 10 months. Okay. Now, let example FS of a quarter of a financial year. 2410 applies only when the review of IFI is performed by an independent auditor of the entity. That means mandatorily it will be conducted. Mandatorily it will be conducted by whom? It will be conducted by the stat auditor of the entity. Stat auditor of the entity. Sir, what procedure would be performed by the auditor to update the understanding of the entity and its environment and internal control? What we should do to understand the entity, its environment and internal control? Read the documentation of the previous year audit. Review a prior interim period of the current year and corresponding interim period of the prior year, like quarter 1 of this year vis-a-vis quarter 1 of the previous year. Read the most recent annual and comparable prior period interim information That means full this year ka, previous year ka. Consider materiality. Consider significant financial accounting and reporting methods that may be continuing significance. Consider results of any audit procedures performed. Consider results of any internal audit performed. You can check that, any subsequent actions taken by the management, and inquire with the management. What will you inquire? Management, how have you assessed the risk? Effect of any changes in the business activities, any effect of changes in internal controls, process by which IFI has been prepared, and the reliability of underlying records on which IFI is reconciled. How have you prepared IFI? What process have you followed? Is there any changes in the internal control? What is the effect on the changes? So if there is a change in the entity activity, what is the effect of the changes? Results of management ka assessment of risk that IFI may be materially misstated. So this can be a 2-mark question. What inquiry you will make management with regard to IFI? Okay. Now, what procedure? This is during answer. What procedure would you do in case of review of IFI? Sir, read the minutes of the meeting of shareholder ka, TCWG ka to identify matters that may affect IFI. Board meeting, quarter ka meeting they must have done. Shareholder ka meetings they must have done. Any important matter they must have discussed. Consider the effect if any of the matter giving rise to modification of the audit or review report. See, because you are the only auditor and you are only doing review here, right? So check if any matter is there, what do you want to modify? Review report or audit report? Communicate with other auditors who are performing review of the IFI of the reporting entity ka significant components. Component basically means subsidiary, associate. Speak to those auditors. Acha, you are also doing subsidiary ka review kya IFI ka? I am stat auditor. Yeah, I am doing IFI ka. I am doing holding company ka IFI. You are doing subsidiary ka, to discuss with them. This can be a question. Inquiry of the members of management about the following. What inquiry you will make with the management? Sir, whether IFI is prepared as per FRF, whether it contains any uncorrected misstatement, whether RPT has been appropriately disclosed, any changes in commitments and contractual obligation, any changes in the contingent liability, any compliance with debt covenants conditions, knowledge of any fraud or suspected fraud. That basically contents of WR. Same contents of WR of 2400, 2410. This is same content of WR. All standards are there. Knowledge of any actual or possible non-compliance. Same it is. So what inquiry you will do? Whether IFI is prepared as per FRF, whether it contains any uncorrected misstatement, whether it has been appropriately disclosed in the IFI, RPT has been disclosed, any changes in the commitments and contractual obligations, any changes in the contingent liabilities, any changes, compliance with debt covenants, knowledge of any fraud or suspected fraud, and knowledge of any actual or possible non-compliance. Sir, what management representation you will obtain? Same as 2400. I told you, same answer it is. This is important. Sir, procedure in case the management has checked the assessment of entity's ability to continue as GC. Now, management has assessed as a practitioner, as an auditor. Here I will say the auditor, but because it is the same guy. What you should do? Sir, same content, if you have studied 570 with me, same content we have done 570, audit me. The auditor should inquire whether management has checked the assessment of entity's ability to continue as going concern. Yes, Mayank, yes. If he has become aware of the events which is casting a doubt on the entity ka ability to continue as going concern, what will you do? You will inquire with the management. Sir, what are your future plans? Whether this will improve your situations or not. Consider the adequacy of disclosure about such matters in IFI, whether they have disclosed in IFI or not. Okay. Then the auditor should also make additional inquiry or perform procedure to enable the auditor to express a conclusion in the review report if any material adjustment in IFI is made. So check whether you want to have some inquiry with the management or perform some procedure to enable the auditor to express a conclusion in the review report if a material adjustment in IFI is made. Question number 6 also, it is basically read answer. There is no as such question. This is essay 720 ka content. What are the auditors ka responsibility if there is a material inconsistency in interim financial information or other information or misstatement of fact? If you know essay 720 ka content, this point becomes very easy. Okay, it's just a read answer. 720 talks about audit and opinion. Here we write about conclusion and review. Reasonable assurance, limit assurance, but the content is same. Sir, how does the auditor communicate in case of misstatement while reviewing IFI? You came across some misstatement. Sir, if the auditor comes across any misstatement, he should communicate with the management for adjustment. Sir, please rectify it. If the management does not respond, he will go to the next level. The auditor should communicate with TCWG either orally or in writing. If it is orally, you will document it. When in the auditor's judgment, TCWG also does not respond within a reasonable period, what he should consider? Sir, he should consider whether he should modify the report, the possibility, understand this, the possibility of withdrawing from the engagement, or and this is and the possibility of resigning from the appointment to audit the annual financial statement. Understood this? See, we were doing IFI wala engagement, review of IFI, okay? We got some misstatement. We went to the management, sir, rectify it. Management says no. We went to TCWG. TCWG rectified. TCWG says no. So what you can do? So you can modify the report, qualified was disclaimer conclusion, or you can withdraw from review wala engagement. When I say possibility of withdrawing from the engagement, that means you are withdrawing from that review wala. And possible, I don't want to work with you only. Forget this review, I will not do your audit only. The possibility of resigning from the appointment to audit the annual financial statement, whether I should withdraw from the audit only, because here both the engagement I am only doing now. So you modify the report, you withdraw from that engagement, or you withdraw from audit only. Okay. Same point. What are the contents of report? Title, address, date, place, sign, FRA, new date, statement that the engagement was performed as per SRE 2410, a statement that the auditor is independent of the entity. Then management is responsible to prepare the IFI, practitioner is responsible, auditor is responsible to prepare the report on IFI. Same answer. This came in exam. Audit procedure in case of review of IFI. Now understand. If you know little of SA 570, 570 is going concern. Going concern. Okay? Now I want to test your knowledge. I am saying GC. I am talking about SA 570. 570. Going concern. Going concern is appropriate. Going concern is not appropriate. Disclosed. Not disclosed in FS. GC is not assessed only. GC appropriate, but material uncertainty is there. It is disclosed. Material uncertainty is there, but it is not disclosed. Okay? So one by one you will tell me which opinion I will give. Which opinion? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. One by one. I am using red ink. Sir, GC is appropriate. There is a material uncertainty. It is disclosed. Which opinion, guys? You can't write clean. At a final level, you will write unmodified opinion. Correct? Plus, you will write in Murg para. Material uncertainty relating to going concern para. Murg para. Correct? Agreed? Sir, GC is appropriate. Material uncertainty is there. It is not disclosed. They have done something wrong. They should have disclosed it. They have not done disclose it. What will you do? Sir, I will write qualify or adverse. Qualify or adverse. Depending upon pervasiveness. Okay? Then, if GC is not appropriate, sir, if GC is not appropriate means there's a problem. What if management have disclosed in the FS? Sir, GC is not appropriate. GC is not appropriate. Which opinion, guys? Tell me. Wrong. Adverse opinion. Boss, GC is inappropriate. It's a very big problem. Adverse opinion. So what if they have not disclosed? Still it is adverse opinion. It is irrespective of the fact whether they have disclosed or not disclosed. Boss, GC is not appropriate. My fundamental accounting assumption, AS1 in AS1, fundamental accounting assumption you are not following. Sir, going concern, accrual consistency, right? Fundamental accounting assumption, adverse opinion. Irrespective of the fact whether they have disclosed or not disclosed. Sir, if GC is not assessed, You write consider implication on the report. Consider what? Implication on report. Basically, we write do disclaimer of correct, Pranshul? Understood? This was there in essay 570 going concern. Now in review, there's a difference. Understand the difference. Sir, if there is a MUC, material uncertain relating to an event that is casting, that comes to the auditor attention, that casts a doubt on the entity's ability to continue going concern. Correct? Same concept, but we are talking about review here. Sir, basically they are referring to this table. GC is appropriate, material uncertainty is there. Sir, if disclosure is made in IFI, guys see, if disclosure is made in IFI, what they are saying? Sir, the auditor should modify the review report and add in emphasis of matter para. The auditor should modify the review report and add in emphasis of matter para. Sir, if they have not disclosed, that means they have done wrong. So the auditors will express qualified and adverse conclusion and specify the reference to the fact that there is a material uncertainty. Here in audit, what do we say? We say we will give unmodified opinion and will write in Murg para. Unmodified opinion, Murg para. Unmodified opinion, Murg para. Qualified adverse. This is same. Qualified adverse conclusion and specify the reference to the fact there is a material uncertainty. The only different point is here. If disclosure is made in IFI about material uncertainty, still you will modify the review report and add in EOM para. Modify the review report, add in EOM para. Have you understood both the differences, guys? Tell me. Everybody? Okay, let's do that question. Read question 5A. I got my hint from here. IFI. Story. Under such circumstances, who is doing the review for the first time noted GAC has not disclosed IFI any information IFI relating to material uncertainty. Given the situation, please advise what kind of review report is required to be issued. If GAC has disclosed information relating to material uncertainty, can Reena give a clean report? Tell me. Which answer you will write? Which answer will you write? Last answer. Sir, if material uncertainty is disclosed, the auditor should modify the report and add in emphasis of matter para. If it is not disclosed, the auditor should express qualified or adverse conclusion and specify the reference in her report. Okay. वो ये. Let's check 5A. See. If as a result of inquiry of material uncertainty relating going concern comes to the auditor's attention that is casting a doubt on entities ability to continue as GC and adequate disclosure is made, the auditor will modify the review report by adding an emphasis of matter para. Okay? If material uncertainty that casts a doubt on the entity's ability to continue as going concern is not disclosed, the second part, not disclosed in the IFI, the auditor should express qualified or adverse conclusion as appropriate. The report should include a specific reference to the fact that there is a material uncertainty. Same theory. This is copied the question. Conclusion. If material uncertainty exists, the auditor should modify the review report and add in EOM para. If they have disclosed it, should modify the review report by adding an EOM para. Same answer. Understood, guys? What is the content? How is the content? Cool. Now see, so we have done PSU, we have done SRE, we have done SAE, we have done SRS, all exam questions we have done to close to 16-20 marks I have taught you. Now, few minutes I will take your questions. Okay, I'm removing my mic and whatever questions, I hope this session was very useful for you. I've given you the tips how to present the answer. Just one more important point when we talk about ethics, how to present ethics ka answer. See, the student have scored 10 marks, more of he has scored in ethics more. Now when you present ethics ka answer, just write first as per clause, part, act. Schedule he have not written, but you have to write schedule also. Achha. He has written this 2 as wrong. If I was a checker, I would have given 0. Clause is normal, number 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. Okay. He has written in Roman and that too small. This you write Karoka clauses. Part 1, put it in box, put this in box, schedule in box, chartered accountancy and for an underline. First you always write the theory. Then you copy the question and then towards the end you write conclusion and again you copy the clause. Again you copy the clause. Because paper checker will just see the clause, part, schedule and the conclusion. That's it. Still the student have got 3 marks here. Okay. One more question. Now see. As per clause, part, schedule. So you put this all, clause in box, part in box, schedule in box, act underline. Okay. Then you copy the question, whatever the question it is, conclusion, guilty or not guilty, whatever it is. Okay. You put this in box as per so and so clause. Copy that, whatever clause part is there, copy this again. Then you will get marks for sure. Okay. But don't write wrong part, wrong schedules. Understood? So I have given my best in like 4.5 hours. I hope this session was useful. A lot of content is uploaded on my channel. All other chapters I have done on my channel. I'll be coming to Bangalore in the month of, I'm coming next week. Okay. For intermediate batch. For finals, if you have, I'll be taking a batch in January. It's a face-to-face batch in Bangalore. Okay. Plus a lot of YouTube session. I'll be doing it in 100% English. So I teach both in Hindi and English. I hope it was useful for you. Last 5 minutes, guys. If you have any questions, you can talk to me. I am removing my mic.
You can talk to me if you have questions. So any specific doubt, I will take. Any doubt, guys? Anybody? Whoever is saying, please be loud. You can reach to me on Telegram, Instagram, okay? And I'll be. Somebody has already shared the notes in the group. Okay, somebody's already shared. I'll be sharing this analysis after the session ends. You can connect to me on YouTube, Telegram, Instagram, wherever you want. If you have doubt, you can speak to me. How to write paper first MCQ or theory? I have always told first write descriptive. 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. complete your descriptive first. If you aim for 4 p.m. by 4:15, the paper will be completed. Right? Okay, the paper will be completed. So eventually,
For MCQ. So 15 questions, 3 minutes per MCQ. So 45 minutes you can easily answer MCQ. See what happens if you do MCQ at the start 2 to 3 p.m. If you waste, you have used your optimum brain at that time for MCQ. Now your brain will be blank or it will not be working towards the end. It has to be reverse. First write descriptive till 4 p.m. complete your descriptive because I need 30-35 marks in descriptive. If that 30-35 is sorted, MCQ to boss, you have to circle it now. Even if you leave any MCQ, if imagine if time is up, there would be a loss of like 2 mark, 4 mark. But you can circle any MCQ. Why fluke? If it goes right, you'll get 2 marks. But if any descriptive is left, 4 mark ka loss is there straight away. Question number 6 ABC, A is always 5 and B and C is coming at 4 and 4. So eventually you may lose like the entire question of 13, 14 marks, or maybe like or maybe 12 marks, or maybe 4 mark, or maybe 8 mark. So first write descriptive. If the entire India understand this concept, the problem is, I say give you that greed. Arey MCQ is there. So everybody MCQ we will write. Arey we are genius. But MCQ mean hardly anybody gets 30 on 30. There are students who get 30 on 30, but general range is about 20, 24 marks. I want 28, 30 marks there. And I need descriptive also. So write descriptive first. Okay. Don't panic. Stay calm, guys. Last level, last shot is there. We are at 15th right now, 16th August. We have 15 days of August, and we have like around 10 days, around 8th, on 8th the paper is there, right? 8 days of August is September is there. So close to 20 days we have. Trust yourself, you can do it. Okay. Trust yourself, keep on revising the pattern, the tricks what I have given you, follow that techniques for all the chapters. I am saying don't do 19 chapters, do 15 chapters thoroughly. Make sure you write around 50-60 marks. You write full 70 marks of content and you get around 35-40 marks there. MCQ is all conceptual. Even if you practice MCQ, you will still not there could be a new question in MCQ in the exam. So your conceptual clarity is must have more conceptual clarity. Okay. In ESG chapter, which principle is important? All 9. Leave 1 and 8 principle. 1 has been asked, 8 has been asked. So the rest 7 principles. See, the lengthy principles. If there are 2 or 3 points, I think principle number 4 or 5 are small, 2 to 3 points. Lengthy principle is more important. 1 and 8 was very lengthy. They have already asked. So logically 9 is there. 2 is also, I think, 2 is also lengthy. 3 is also lengthy. Employee wala is also lengthy. So other 7 principles are there. I have uploaded a video on the principle, how to remember that. You can watch that video. Okay. Plus a very important point, people who have taken a lot of attempts, 2, 3, 4, 5 attempts, and your age has passed, either you are married or you're about to get married, your parents are there, parents are getting old, but you are not able to give them the best happiness of the world. So trust me, these people are your motivation. Those are your biggest inspiration. So that is your biggest inspiration. Do it for them. Give your best shot. If you want to see, today you sat with me, like from 4 p.m. to 8:30 we are there. 4.5 hours you sat with me because you wanted to do it. You wanted to do it, right? So do this same, just keep it for the next 15-20 days. Do it for your parents because they have struggled a lot. You know your home struggles, you know your problems, you know your financial issues, you know your health issues, your parents' issues, everything, you know it. I don't want to know those. Do it for them. Okay. Trust me, the day you become chartered accountant, even if you get 150 marks or 151 marks or 41 in audit, okay, I'll be the most happiest guy because you have cleared the most toughest level of the exam. Marks is just a number. We do tell to students get 70 marks if you are appearing for the first time. We do tell them clearing first attempt. We do tell them, but in case if it is not clear, it's okay. Not everybody clears everything in first attempt. You may take an attempt, but make sure this attempt has to be your last. People are enjoying, let them enjoy. Like now Ganpati will come, okay, Bombay people, Ganpati will come. Let Ganpati come, it's okay. Every year Ganpati is there. Pray to God, maybe next Ganpati you will be dancing it out. Correct? Yesterday was Independence Day, you must have been wasted. You must have wasted, correct? Today is Ganpati, Krishna Jayanti, Krishna Janmashtami, okay? Again you must have wasted. Don't waste it, okay? Every year this festival will come, but you are not able to enjoy because you are studying. Maybe next year you will enjoy. Why? Because at that time you will be a chartered accountant. MCQ is fear because your concepts are not clear. If your concepts are clear, every student generally score 22 to 24 marks in MCQ if there is a conceptual clarity. Watch the videos on the YouTube and clear all your concepts. Okay? Cool. Guys, all the best. Signing off and stay motivated. If you ever get to meet me, I will be coming to Bangalore very soon. Do meet me. Okay? And stay connected. Whatever doubts you have, you can shoot anywhere on the Instagram, Telegram. Stay connected with me. And all the best, guys. Bye-bye. Take care. Enjoy. Thanks for watching me. And do refer to your friends too. Pranjal, Pune, very soon I'll come. Don't worry. I know you are from Pune. Okay. Bye, guys. Take care. Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Thank you, Institute. Thank you, Sikasa branch of ICI. And I hope I take more such sessions for intermediate and final also. Bye, guys. Take care.
Hello, sir.
God bless you.
Hello.